Hey, good evening. Welcome to Real Love Guitars workshop. I'm Sam, and get this sort of right. Here we have the AcePro double neck 12 string and 6 string. But the 6 string is upside down and the 12 string is the right way up. Sounds nice. Well, everything works. Plugged it in and played. This is a real bargain I found online. The only blemish on this at all is this not very sensible little flap of wood that they've tried to extend up the side of here, which is a bit pointless. They should have just done, basically, I wonder why they did it, because if you look on this side, there isn't such a thing. They've cut it down there, and they should have done that on this side, but they didn't. They seem to extend this little piece here and it looks crap and it's split. So either I can try and join it back together again, but it doesn't seem any point. I might take it off and clean it up and just call it quits, or I may just leave it like that as is, because it's not really going anywhere, it's not doing any harm. So anyway, what have we got? We have got an AcePro guitar, which is, I suppose, very complicated in the sense that it's 2 necks. They're both pretty thick, chunky necks. I'm not quite sure what sort of profile. I mean, this is definitely which is a rounder one, the D profile or the C. It's probably a C. It's a much bigger profile at the back here, but they're both very similar. So they haven't gone for a thin neck here to offset a thick neck here. The thick neck here obviously withstands the pressure of all the strings. It's actually it's a very nice guitar to play, although the action down here is just ridiculous. So we're going to make a change to that. I'm going to obviously take all the strings off here and turn them round before I can do anything else, but again that will need a new nut as well probably. This might have to be a custom built one. I'd rather not, because getting the distances is quite tricky. That's obviously done by machine. But so off camera, first thing I'm going to do is to restring this and get that the right way around. The strings may or may not break in the process of doing that, but beyond that there's not a lot of surprise in this. We've got a volume control for this one here. The tone controls refer to whichever are playing, and you can have both of them playing. If you have both of them playing, they reduce each other's volume just slightly. If you have one only playing, that one gets louder. If you have that one playing only, that one gets louder. But generally, my experience of AcePros is they've been extremely good quality guitars, and I don't think this is any exception. It's hardly been played. Not surprising, it's a big beastie, and I think this thing here has been strung back to front just because I think it's been put on display in a cash converter type shop. So I don't think they really knew what they were doing when they strung it. So what we have on this one is it's got a tremolo on it if you need it, and on the back you'll see that behind there it will be a tremolo block. This one is just a straight through strings. Interestingly, 6 come through the back and 6 come through the back of the bridge plate, which is quite a good way of doing it. I haven't seen an electric 12 string before, so yeah, quite an unusual thing. I think I broke one. Did I break one of these? And yeah, I did, and I restrung it quickly. So let's just snip that off. Apart from this ridiculous action, the 12 string, when I played it, sounded really nice. But I don't accept that the 12 string has to be a stupidly high action. Particularly when I look down here and I see the action is actually about, it's running at about a millimetre, which is way too much. You can hear in principle we've got a really nice tone. And when it's in tune it'll be good. So there we have it, just a really interesting guitar. What am I going to do? I'm going to turn these strings around. I'm going to then look at the action on each of them. I have a feeling that to get the action I want out of this I may have to shim this neck. obviously with the guitar like this, what I want to do is probably do it the same as I would do any other guitar, and that is to set the playing action I want and then do any fret leveling that's necessary. Once I've done that, then providing I know what gauge strings and everything I'm going to put back on in the same gauge, then what I can do is I can take everything apart then if I want to have a look at stuff, and it'd be really interesting to see underneath here anyway, because I've never seen one before, see what the layout is. But apart from that, it kind of is what you'd expect, but it's a pretty looking thing. I mean, it's a big thing, but it's not as uncomfortable to play as you'd think. It has two strap buttons. The double reason for this: one is so you can stand it up, which is pretty sensible, and it stands up nicely on its own, so you can lean it against an amp or a wall or something. But of course the other one is you can actually vary where you put the strap button on. So if you're going to be playing the top guitar and that's how you like it, then actually what you can do is you can pull the strap position up for the next one if you're going to play that one. Anyway, so there we go. So like I say, these strings look pretty new. I think somebody's strung this to put it on sale. So I guess while I'm here and nothing else is happening, I will try and find this thing. Of course there isn't much room here. So how they managed to get these big thick strings into these slots, they didn't very well. So I'm obviously going to pull them out, just drop them out. These strings obviously I want them to live only as long as it takes to do the setup, and they can go in the bin, so I'm not too worried about how long they hold out. This is an interesting, I'm just trying to think what if I recognise the brand or the type of string, but I can't really. Now with the AcePro, the guitars I've had before, the first one I had was an SG, and it was an SG that had the neck set a little bit further into the body so that it balanced out much better than a regular SG. And yet it still felt very SG, which was nice, but it had none of the neck heavy problems, which I think I really appreciated. And I liked it an awful lot, and it was a bit of a wreck when I got it, but that was my first introduction to the AcePro brand, and everybody who had a go on it loved it as well. So I ended up selling that to Hugh, and he just got on so well with it that he was over the moon with it. And on the strength of that, I kept a lookout for other AcePros, and I think the second one I got was one that I kept, and that is the Studio Acoustic. Now that's it's the first one I'd ever seen. I knew that companies like Godin makes things like that, solid body acoustics basically, which are designed for playing in the studio, or directly through a PA. This is interesting. These have coiled up straight away. Reminds me of a certain brand. Anyway, I've got to find a way of pulling these out if I can and reorient them. But yeah, so the second one was the AcePro Studio Acoustic, and which I've still got. And it was an interesting guitar when I got it, and it didn't play fantastically well, but it had a lot of potential. And on that guitar, the tuners weren't that good quality, but I knew it had, like I say, I knew it had potential. So I put it through a couple of setups, and actually it took me at least 2 fret levelings. I'm going to try and keep these in some sort of order so I know where they are. E, B. A couple of fret levelings to get it right, but when I did get it right, it was just great. So I kept that, and I play that quite regularly. I take it to band practice. And these look like Sue Ryder strings, or the kind of strings you'd get from Thomann or something like that, really cheap ones, which is fine for using them as sacrificial strings. I don't have a problem with that. It's going to be tricky to get them. The thing about reusing strings on a Strat is that your difficulty is getting them back through the body of the guitar. probably makes more sense if I just put that one down for a minute and take off the back plate. Gives a bit more ease of access. Yeah, so I kept the Studio Acoustic, and even though it's got the battery door is a bit broken and so on, it's just great. I love it. I wouldn't sell that. Then I bought an AcePro Explorer, which also was just a great guitar to play, so easy to play. Sold that, and then I've been on the lookout ever since. I have a eBay alert running. I'm just going to put these in a container. Yeah, I have an eBay alert running, so I think it shouted me when this one came up, and I just thought this would make great fun video, even if nobody ever bought it. And actually, if nobody ever bought it, I'm sure I would enjoy bringing it out once in a while with the band. And of course, I also don't have a 12-string anyway. Now this bridge, the tremolo here, is Sung Il, which is a Korean factory. It's a lightweight bridge, but that's okay. Once this is done, what I might look at doing is actually changing it over. These are very fine strings. They're not going to be truly representative of a set. Not quite, I don't think. Anyway, let's put them on for now, but they look quite thin. Yeah, so this is a Korean-made guitar, I think. You know, so far every one has been great quality, and this looks really good quality. It's not that exciting a looking guitar. I mean, it's not got masses of visual mojo, but it has a good build quality, and I think once the action's right, I think this thing will be a beauty to play. It'll just be certainly the 12-string is going to be fantastic. Can we get through? So I have to try and bend these things straight to get them back through. It's always a problem. Certainly it may necessitate getting a pair of pliers in on the game. In some ways this is quite daunting because it's just such a big thing. But I don't think really there's anything to be that worried about. It's just more strings. Got to be a little bit careful with doing the action on the nut, because the strings sit at slightly different kinds of positions in relation to each other. You can't just sort of, I'm not sure if you can actually cut them all down to exactly the same height. I'm not sure. You may be able to actually. Maybe that's simple. I may be overcomplicating it. With this bridge, I may have a look and see whether a bridge that I've got, a full weight bridge, might fit it, because I don't think there's any point having a tremolo on a guitar like this if it doesn't get used. I'm not a great fan for the locking it down. It's a sort of defeatist thing, really. I understand people do it because they want the stability, they think, and actually the interesting thing I've always found is that the instability isn't really caused by the tremolo. Well, it's precipitated by the tremolo, and what that means is the tuning instability comes from the slack in the strings, but it's the can I get this to come through? It's caused by the slack in the strings, but of course the arm of the tuning of the vibrato unit will cause it to come out. So the result will be, it's obvious that cranking on the tremolo arm will result in the thing going out of tune. So, but I think people unfairly blame the arm itself as the culprit for it going out of tune. I'm struggling to get this thing to go through the saddle because it's coming out bent. It's very bent. Now that string's caught. Really, I'm just trying to keep these alive long enough to do a setup with them. But yeah, so I think it's become popular misconception that tremolos are impossible and therefore anyone with any brains or wants an easy life is going to block them off. And I've made a point on occasion of doing all the stretching to get all of the residual slack out of the strings, and then setting up a tremolo arm for somebody to, floating, to show them how well it can work, providing all that. Two things: providing the residual slack is out of the strings, and also providing the nut slots are free running, so that you don't get the strings caught, which is also a major source of tuning instability, which is again often misattributed to the tuners. People think, oh, the thing doesn't stay in tune, the tuners are crap, let's go and buy more expensive tuners, which is a bit of a silly economy really, because they aren't the cause of the tuning instability. Of course the industry is quite happy with you thinking it is, because it's more than happy that you'll go and buy new bits of hardware all the time. Keeps them in business. Okay, so yeah, like I said, once I've got the action done on both of these things, I'm going to have a look. We'll look in a minute, but we'll have a check and come on through here. Come on, get through the saddle. We'll have a check and see whether this other bridge will work with this guitar, because it's sitting there doing nothing, so there's no reason why not to get it into action. I'm struggling to get this, get this E string come through the slot. There we go. A lot of hassle but it saves a couple of quid on the strings, and to be honest, who wants to spend more money on strings if you don't have to? It seems a silly waste really. Now when it comes to restringing this head, it is seriously restricted, so I'm just going to wind a bit round by hand first of all, before I start. I don't think I can get the winder in here at all. No, I cannot. So it's going to be doing it by hand, and it is mighty fiddly. So that's one of the downsides of this kind of guitar. But once you've done it, at least we'll have a sense of how this thing plays and sounds. But as I say, these strings do strike me as quite weedy, so I don't know whether they're 8s or 9s. I don't really care how well they stay in tune right now, so it's not my primary concern. I probably shouldn't have, anyway, just for ease of winding on, I shouldn't have put so much slack on the string, but we'll eventually get there. So I don't know much about AcePro guitars. I've done a bit of research. It seems like they went for a while in the 90s and thousands, and then either went out of business and somebody bought them out and tried to continue the line. There's a feeling that the ownership changed hands a couple of times. Have I got one of these on the right way around? It's hard to tell. In fact, I don't actually know whether I'm not even sure whether the people have put the right strings on here. Let me just check this. I don't want to be so far off that there's no point in doing it. This is a 31. That's a 33. That's a 20, 23. These are way too skinny. What have I got? It's just silly to do it that way. This is a telly. When I get telly 11s, they're too heavy. Damn. Aim on this pull, that'll be too short. I've got nothing kicking around here that's going to do the job. I'm kind of reluctant to chuck a set of strings on here. 12 strings, 2 sets of. I've got 10s and I've got hybrid 9s. wasting my time putting these. If I were to carry on this, I'll be trying to set this guitar up with the wrong strings on. So basically somebody's put these on as just a cosmetic filler to put it on the shop floor. These are correct, but the 6th string isn't. So I'm going to kill them right now because there's no real point, despite all that hard work. And I'm going to use a set of 9s. And to be honest, if I can play it for a while with those on, then fine. And it might be, you know, something I can do. Just enjoy getting used to it, see what we can do, and then if it costs me an extra set of strings, then so be it. But these are definitely, this is a set of Sue Ryder strings. That just, I don't know, maybe they bought individual strings and just hoped it looks like a properly strung guitar, but it obviously isn't. There we go. That's the price. Yippee! So let's while I'm at it, then let's do something else. We're gonna spend a bit of time restringing and putting decent quality strings on. The neck, you can see, is absolutely spotless. It's never been played, so there's nothing there that needs working on. Stay put. So what I have here is this fabulous full weight tremolo block, and the question for me is, does it fit? I don't see any reason why not, but let's just check. Width-wise, looks okay. Let's line up the holes. Okay, they're slightly wider, but that's not the right holes anyway. So, but they are slightly. Everything here is slightly wider. Wow. Okay, maybe we won't. That won't work. Let's have a flip. Well, I'll tell you what, look, come on, for fun, let's have a look under there and see. There's no harm in having a look. Let's get another pliers a minute. We're free agents, we can do what we jolly well like. So look, let's get the 6 screws out the front. Let's take the springs off first, eh? There's a bit of a greasy mark on the back here, but nothing untoward, no excessive, no scratches, no wear or anything. It's in really good condition. Okay, so when you have your Strat bridge, the 6 screw version, you can just take out all the screws. These are actually a bit too hard, squashed down too hard. And the thing we can do is just a quick check, see whether that bridge fits in there at all. As I say, it's a little bit wider, so chances are it won't. But hellfire, why not try it anyway? Okay. Yeah, the screw holes are in different places. It's a shame though. It's a nice solid thing. I mean, we could modify it, but I'm not going to bother. We've got this thing all ready to go, and it's got a bigger tilt on it if we want to use it. There's no reason why we still can't use it. It's not the best sustain in the world, that block, but it's not unusable. I don't think this is built as one single cast unit, so I don't think there's no borrowing the block and switching it over on this. I think we are stuck with the original Korean, fairly low mass block. This has still got plastic underneath the underneath the knobs. What I'm going to quickly do is just rub down the chrome on here. Okay, so we'll just put this back on as was, and then we'll loaded up with some new strings, and let's hear what it sounds like at least, and then we'll get into the setup. Now with the screws, if you screw them all the way down, you kick up the back. It's chamfered at the front, so you end up kicking the back of the tremolo up. I don't know if you can see, watch it now, ready? There you go, so it goes up. You don't really want that, so you want it far enough so just before it starts raising. If you do that, it'll also be free to move if you want it to move. That just tells me when lets me know when it's going to move. So we'll leave that there. We'll let the springs hold it in place to begin with. And if we want to have it as a moving tremolo, we just slack off the strings and allow it to start to move. Or if we want to have it as a floating one, we can set it up that way. It's a little bit more complicated. And for that I always refer back to good old Galeazzo Frudoir and his foolproof method. Now I put the springs back in slightly differently from the way they were originally in, and under pressure, under strong pressure, you might see them kick forward and start leaning, in which case we can do the screw in the claw a bit more to pull down the strings. No, pull down the tremolo. Now I've just about run out of, I've run out of blades. This cannot be possible. I've run out of blades and I forgot to buy some more today, which means we're almost out. I can't live without blades in the workshop, so I must go and find some more. Alright, so for now, let's have a look at the colours. I always forget, is it blue first? Right. Okay. So E and G. This, if I'm lucky, this guitar maybe will play as is, and all we might have to do, what am I looking for? I'm looking for the 6 string. All we might have to do, if I'm lucky, is just set the nut, adjust the playing action, and for all I know we could be just ready to play, which would be great because that means we can just get on and play with these strings instead of wasting them as sacrificial strings. But we just have to accept that if it needs fret leveling to make it play really well, then these strings will be sacrificed. Okay, next whites. So I took my little Oakcaster number 6 yesterday out for a rehearsal, or jam stroke rehearsal, and played it for 4 hours solid, and it was absolutely brilliant. It sounded so good and played so well. Just I didn't need or have any really inclination to play anything else. So I took another guitar, but funnily enough, that one, one of the strings came unwound from the ball end and rendered that out of action. And I was going to use it for one song, and then I just gave up and went back to the Oakcaster. But a really nice 4-hour workout. Just goes to show just how usable that thing is, which I knew because I'm pretty confident in the way they play. But this is the first one with 2 pickups, and just having the really. Did I use a lot of combinations? Yeah, I suppose I did actually. There was a bit of switching around. Okay, so that's a 9. I'll put it there for now. It's a spare 9, but I will label it up later on. Okay, so we've got, as I said, we've got great difficulty doing the winding here, so I'm going to try and keep it to as little as possible that needs winding on, otherwise I will die of boredom and old age all in one go. This is immediately wider, so they're definitely going to need to work with the nut files. I'm going to go half a fret backwards, just to give me enough to latch on for now. And also, like I say, the fact that I'll be here forever if I've got to do this all manually, which I do. I might be able to get the string winder in somewhere halfway down the rack of tuners, but I'm not sure. Blimey. So this is interesting. So immediately this string is going to get stuck in the nut slot. Yes and no. I'll look up close with my close-up goggles a bit shortly, just to make sure what we're starting off with. I don't want to end up cutting holes too deep, because we started too deep. Anyway, so on the 6-string guitar, the action, the saddles are quite high up on their little rub screws, so it looked, although the action was quite high, and again, if it was somebody just dressing this for a shop window, then you wouldn't expect them to set the action anywhere or do anything particular. So I think there's going to be a simple action adjustment I can make there with a Allen key, but we don't know yet what sort of trouble we're going to run into with the underlying frets. I seem to recall with all the AcePros I've had so far, I did do fret leveling, which isn't so great when you consider that the necks, the supplier of necks that I've currently got for the Oakcasters seems to be so good that I'm able to put them on and just go straight out and play them, which is actually what I did with the number 6, the twin Warman humbuckers. I originally put a duff neck on that, which was always going to go in the bin basically, and I left it on, took some pictures, and then just took it off and threw it away. Well, actually, I stripped it back and it's hanging there, but it's knackered, or it's not playable as a normal guitar. But anyway, but because of that, I put a new neck on number 6 the day before yesterday. Put the new neck on, put new strings on, stretched the strings out, and took it out to rehearse yesterday, and played it for 4 hours without a murmur, and that's without leveling the frets, without doing any major adjustments, just getting the action the way I wanted it. The frets were so good that it allowed that action, and stretched the strings out and went and played. So I immediately ordered another 2 of those necks. I'm bringing the total probably to about 6 I'll have bought from them, but the supplier is a company called K-Mise, K-M-I-S-E, and I can't believe it, but they are that good, which is why I use them, and because they're inexpensive, but they happen to be as good, if not better, than most of the necks on guitars that the expensive brand names that come through. So somebody at that particular factory must be doing the right thing, which is great to see. What's interesting is that they are level and playable by default, so it's not as if somebody in the factory is doing some, or they've got a machine even doing some sort of time-consuming fret leveling process. There's no sign of any fret leveling, so there's something about the actual manufacturing of the neck and the fitting of the frets which is coming in as nigh on perfect. Having seen as many, not quite, having seen as many necks as I have, or as many sets of frets, it's a rare, really rare thing to see. So I'm very impressed. Anyway, like I said, I bought a couple more in a hurry hoping to get from the same batch in case it's just a lucky fluke on that batch. But so far I think I bought 1 and then a pair and then another pair. and my next pair again coming, and so far they've all been the same quality, which is great. So anyway, look, you can see that the downside of changing the strings on the twin neck is that there is a lot of, that's somebody on the roof, there's a lot of hassles on, because you can't use the string winder. Who's that on the roof? Come in, naughty cat. Might be able to use it on the last one. That's be a little bonus. Okay. So I went today and bought the Hollywood. I've hatched a plan to make a double cut oak caster, and that oak caster I want to have, it's going to have the original body shape with an extra bit added to it to make it into the double cut, and I like the idea, I had an idea to kind of build the original shape and actually add on, visibly add on the additional material to make the new looking guitar. And I guess you won't know what I mean until you see them, but with that in mind, I wanted a different kind of timber to make one side of the thing. So, sorry, looking for a little Allen key. So I bought some holly, which had been, which the guy had been selling. He had one plank of this holly down in the reclaimed timber place. So I bought it, cut it in half and brought it home today. So really looking forward to what I can do with that. It's a very light, bright, light coloured, whitish hardwood. So I've got a plan doing hatching. Okay, this is not going to stay in tune, obviously, because I've got brand new strings on. And at this stage, I'm just looking for the overall action on this thing. I've got to remember, this is the first time it's had the 6 strings on it the right way up. So I'm going to adjust, obviously, the playing, first fret playing action. Still out of tune, but while I'm at it, let me just let's go ahead and set a playing action to be working with. So as always, I'm going to push it low, so I want to see what the guitar is capable of doing. So we're currently at just under 2.5, so that's too much for my liking. So let's see what happens when we take it down closer to, let's go for 1.5, just to be on the safe side. And I'll make everything else follow suit. A little high still, or is it probably a bit loose? Nice and low now. Okay, that's registering at just over 1 millimetre. Right, which is obviously not happy. Let's go back up to 1.5 just for now. Let's not start too stupidly low, but I suspect we're going to need to do some fret levelling anyway. but it also may require a significant bit of relief adjustment as well. I've no idea just yet until I've got this under tension the way I want. Very fiddly, these little things. I'm not quite sure. Get it in the top of the hole. Okay, 2.5, sorry, 1.5. I'm just going to do this visually for a minute because it's going to take me forever to do it the other way. So I'm just taking a line, it's a 9.5 radius, so I'm sort of taking an action that I'm hoping will follow that radius over the top of the neck to the other side, and then we'll see how it plays, if at all, and then we'll tune it back up. It'll be stretching all the while, but we'll tune it back up, and then we'll keep adjusting it. Eventually get the nut end sorted out to a playable type of action, and we'll sort of we'll head towards a good action eventually. It's a little bit backwards and forwards at this stage. So it's kind of a lot of the way I do things is to do things in big strokes to begin with, and then we'll fine tune as we get lower and further down. Okay, just as a little quick feel, let's get a where is the truss rod adjuster? Good, the right end. Okay, so we've got nothing much playing, or around about 1.5 millimeters. So I'm just going to see whether it's not brilliant, but we're taking quite a bit of weight on this neck here. So what I want to try and do is support the weight on this other side while we're doing that. I want the neck to be roughly supported, but broadly supported, but not taking all the weight. That's about right. So what I want to look at is what the neck relief is doing. So get out my capo, put it on, have a look. We've got a little bit of relief in there actually. So what we obviously have then is some uneven frets, which we've got no real choice but to take on and challenge. What I notice as well here is that the neck position, the bridge saddle position of the neck, is everything's a little bit too far over towards the E string. It's slightly the opposite way on this 12 string. It could do with being a millimetre this way. So I think we need to make a slight adjustment to that, which means slacking the neck off and doing a bit of a push. Wouldn't surprise me that whether this kind of cracked bit of shoulder has got something to do with it, but we need to be, which way do we need to be going? It's hard to tell without being able to see it move. Okay, we need to be coming that way with the neck a little bit. Okay, so that, as I say, that requires slacking off and repositioning. I can't really shim it anyway because this is not going to support a shim, so there's no point there. So it's probably going to be a case of just doing the slacking off the bolts and moving it, which I can do now. It's quite clumsy, isn't quite the word, but it's a bit unscientific. So we take our back off. Actually, we probably, for the sake of it, let's take some of the tension off the neck so it doesn't try and leak out. of the heel straight away. See, I've got spoiled this idea of feeling depressed because I've got to do some fret leveling. It's only because I've been spoiled. So, what you can do, if you want to move the neck, you can take all but one out. And slack the last one a little bit. That will create a bit of room for movement, and it's obviously, if the strings are really tight, it's going to want to pitch forward, but here we have it loose, and now we can got quite a bit of room to pull it backwards and forwards. In this case it's going to need to come over quite some way. The idea of, I don't know how well you can see this, but if this didn't have this silly little thin flap here, because this thin flap is doing nobody any good, if it didn't have that flap and it just came down to there like this one does, then it's possible that a little shim in there might help the process of pushing this over. But as it looks, it's just going to have to be done manually. So I'm pulling it. Let's see, it's difficult to be able to do it. I need a mirror really, but what I really ideally want is to be. Let's have a think. Oh, that's not so good. So what am I trying to do? I want it there. So it's currently there. I want it there. What I could do, could I use a clamp going backwards? I don't really want to clamp against this neck. So let's see. I'm going to make this up as we go along. Clamp. Now these don't allow me to take them off, do they? They are. Are they fixed in place? I'm sure some of these allowed you to spin them round. Oh no, I tell you what it is, it's this. I think we can take this off. Come on, out you come. Like that, and then we put that on that way. Is that going to be right? Yeah. Put it on that way. Do this back up. There should be a hole in there somewhere. Where's the hole? Get in the hole. There we are. Get in. Do what? Possibly. Yes. So we have a thing that's going to go widening. Right. Woohoo. But it's too close. I was hoping we might get a little bit of a spreading going on down there. Let's put that out of the game for a minute. So that's not going to work. Oh well, I'll do it by hand. Darn, I thought I was being clever. Okay, so where are we going? Let's just remind myself, we don't want to go that way, we want to go this way. Let's see if we can just, first of all, lightly tack it in the opposite corner. And both corners. Yeah, it's looking alright to me. Okay, let's get this tightened up with a bit more force. Losing the end. Let's have a look. What have we got? There's still a bit much. Not too bad though. Not too bad. Let's just take that off for a minute and see. Yeah, it's pulled it nearly back. Actually, I don't want that on there for the time being. Let's try it one more time, see if we can get it a little bit better. Okay, we want a bit less over on the E, top E. A bit less over on the top E. So a bit less on the top E, so a bit more of a push. You can see I'm trying to fake this with my bare hands, which is a bit tricky. Quick check and look. Okay, that's good. We're balanced now. So what I'm just going to do, and that's just a matter of actually moving the neck physically while it's loose, and then tightening it back up. Sometimes, if it helps, you can get a shim in there. In this case, I'm not going to, because that is the most useless surface. Had it been any other kind of structure, I would have put a shim in, but this is just going to have to stay there on the strength of the bolts themselves. What it has done is it's created a breathing space where this little plastic lip is, and it's now got room to pop back in from where it's originally cracked. So this neck is back where it should have been. It's the fact that it's been screwed in, pushing against that with all of this out of line, has caused it to crack in the first place. But there's a bit of a step on this side which shows that the alignment factory wise isn't brilliant. There you go. Like I said, there's no point thinking about a shim when there's nothing of any structural worth to push it against. Now this means that this actually now looks a lot less damaged. We could even probably just paint over that a little bit just to tidy it up. Now you can actually see there's a gap now, thankfully, but there we go. At least it lines up, and we could do the same for the 12th string, but I don't want to do it while it's all under pressure. So coming back to our 6th string, which is now aligned nicely, which is good. You can just take a bit of the weight there as well. Hard to get to the tuners. Right, not very well tuned, but just checking. That's still the stretch or the pull of the strings is still not great enough to lift up the tremolo plate, so we're still working as a hardtail effectively. We can alter that later if we want to put some tremolo into it, but for what we're doing right now it's probably not worth it. Okay, tuning roughly back up just to keep the neck under load, and as we can see that there is relief in it, not too much actually, not too little, just about right, which means that if at the moment we can't make it play the notes we want, I'm just looking as well, what's happened is having screwed that neck back in, I'm looking and it's actually changed the action. That's really strange. So that neck wasn't even screwed down properly. So God knows what was wrong there. So we've actually got to readjust the action. How strange. How very strange. Okay, what have we got? Come on. Just over 1.5. And again, I'm going to do this now all by eye, briefly. So try to speed that process up a little bit. Yeah, so that's interesting. Changed the whole action there. Not even like it was shimmed or anything, it was just, by the looks of it, not screwed in properly. But now it's in the right place, which is great. Okay, let's see what we're doing. Playing. Okay, that's about right. Think. Again, this will change the not only the action but the tuning, because we've slacked off some of the strings. So horrible. This isn't normally the way I would do the stretching. I'm sort of cheating a little bit tonight. I just want to get this thing, trying to get this thing playing first. Wow, beautifully out of tune still. Alright, before I go any further, well, as next step I guess, we'll support that a little bit. Let's take a look at the first fret action. Looking at the shape of these frets, and actually I don't know if they have been played or something, but they may have been levelled in the factory or something. Look a little bit flat, tiny bit flat in some parts on the top. Maybe I'm just imagining that, but anyway. So what I want to do is get the first fret action good, and I've got a set of files already sorted out for the hybrid strings that I'm using. What I need to go with that is the feeler gauge. And that combined with the feeler gauge means we can take care of these slots so that we've at least got them wide enough and we know that they're not sticking halfway up somewhere, which is possible at the moment. So I'm just going to spread these out: 11, 13, 17, 32, 42, 48. So I'm going to start dropping these ones out first because they're definitely sticking. Oh Lord. This is plastic I'm working with here, so definitely not my favourite substance. Don't like it at all, and if it doesn't work I'll just bin it and I'll go straight for a bone nut. I'm only going to keep this if it works first time. If there's any trouble at all, it's out the window. Okay, so this will set the width correctly for the string, so I can feel it sticking to begin with, because it's obviously the slot wasn't that thick, fat, wide to begin with. And actually, if I'm nervous about the top being too narrow, what I can do is, while I'm at it, I can just widen it up a little bit with this diamond file, and it allows me just to sort of create a bit of a V there, which helps the string go all the way into the newly widened slot. So I might end up just doing that with all of them, just a little bit. So it's much easier now to run up and down the plastic. So the thing I've learned in a couple of years doing this is that getting your nut slots right has probably the biggest single impact, all-round impact on your guitar that any adjustment or alteration could make. Not only does it transform the ease your guitar plays with, that's good, I'm stopping there. Not only does it transform how easy the guitar plays, it also prevents two major tuning issues. One is it stops the strings sticking in the slot, which is one of the biggest causes of tuning instability, particularly when you're using a tremolo. And secondly, it prevents the quite common problem of too high a first fret action, which causes intonation issues. It makes your notes down at this end out of tune compared to the rest of the guitar, or the open notes, and it makes open chords a horror, really nasty sounding mess, and that's often caused by too high an action at the first fret. So that's one of the things I'm taking care of right now. So my often used first fret action of 0.3 of a millimeter is a proven optimum or good height for that first fret action on just about any electric guitar, and it's also good for acoustics as well. Okay, I'm going to stop there for a minute. So pound for pound, this adjustment is the biggest single impact you can get. A guitar totally different once you've done this. Easier to play, stays in tune, is intonated better. The reason I'm doing these at full tension is to make sure that the string sits right down inside the slot. This fret end here has definitely been leveled in some way or form, so I don't know if it's by playing, but the guitar is in very good condition for a used guitar, I've got to say. I'm very impressed. So if it's been played a lot to wear the fret, then it's been looked after incredibly well. Okay. So I'm just, as you can see, I'm using the file to cut down to as far as I need to give me 0.3 millimeters height over the first fret. So I don't really care how deep the slots are, I'm not measuring them per se. I'm judging how I'm going by measuring the first fret action. Nearly there. And so I stop when I reach at or very close to my 0.3 millimeter first fret action. At 48, this file is getting a bit old. It's all got quite a bit of height there. Could do with another one of these. It's gumming up a bit. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Right, so that's the bottom three. There is a little dent here too, so this guitar has been used. I thought it was practically brand new, but it's been used, but it's been looked after very well, and it's hardly used, let's put it that way. Okay, so I'm switching now to the G. God, there's about a millimetre to get rid of there. It's massively high. Same with all of these. It's why this guitar plays so badly at the moment. But as soon as we get shot of that excess height, we'll be on a winner. So I'm moving fairly quickly with this, but it's a straightforward process. It just takes time, patience, and a bit of precision. Constantly checking to make sure we haven't gone too far. If you have, you've got some get out of jail frees. You can use the super glue and bicarbonate of soda trick, which will let you create a new sort of cement to build up the nut slot, and you can do it and start cutting it again until you're back where you want. Or you could replace it with a new nut, which if you've got a couple standing by, it's not going to cost you that much. Or ooh, almost there, right, it's spot on. Or you can, if things are somebody's tight, you can take the nut out, shim it and put it back in, and then you're working with yeah, you can shim it, raise it all up, and then you've got some more room to go down. Okay, so I'm going to again make a little slot in the top here to make sure the string doesn't stick as we're doing this bit. Drop it back in and make sure it hasn't already gone down too low. Then go back in with my correct file. Plastic, if this is, I think this is plastic, it's not a good substance to work. It doesn't respond, for me, in my view, it doesn't handle predictably, whereas bone really predictable to use, and you don't get caught out anywhere near as many times with bone as you do with plastic. I'm not sure if this, I can't, without getting my teeth on it, I can't tell you. Some plastics look like bone. It's cutting all right. Touch wood. It's not, nothing hasn't surprised me yet. It's a very fine file here. We're almost at the right height. Very small measurements we're talking here, absolutely tiny, so it's all too easy to overcut. I'm going to stop there, that feels good. I always stop a little before. On the plus side, if you think you've fractionally overcut, then remember that if you fret level, you're also going to take the frets away from the strings a little bit, and you're also, when you stand it up, you're also going to relieve the neck of gravity, which is going to push a tiny little fraction more gap. So, you know, there is a bit of leeway if you overrun, but as long as you don't overrun too far. So sometimes, for example, if I find a guitar where, let's say, one of the 6 strings is down at 0.2, I might do them all to exactly 0.2 rather than bin the nut and start again, because it's easier. Or if I aim for 0.3 all the way across and I accidentally get one down to 0.2, I may well make them all 0.2 again rather than putting a new nut in, because it still will play perfectly well at that height. But it's a judgment call. Eventually you'll know if it's cutting it too fine, and you'll make the call. Now what you get actually with this, you can see that to get this action correct, it's taken quite a bit of cutting. What it means is that there's a lot of material sitting above the strings. It's not, because it's going up in a V notch anyway, it's not interfering with them, but it looks a bit off-putting for some people. So a little bit later on, one of the things I might do with this guitar is to just, when the strings are off, just file back the material above the string slot, because it's unnecessary and it just, there you go, we're almost on there, it's great. It just does, it's off-putting for some people, and as I said, I can tell you it doesn't make a practical difference. Okay, so a bit more stretching and stuff. This is starting to feel different, very different from before. getting there. We are getting there. Well, it's still quite a big beast to work on. Okay, so we've still got probably, I'm going to put my other specs on. Sorry it's dragging on. This was never going to be a quick guitar, so I'm doing it slowly and one bit at a time. I don't want to rush this. So let's have a look. Okay, we're at just over 1.5 there, which now I can find my thing. I can just make a tiny adjustment down. 1.5, we're going to go just at below 1.5 if we can. And then similar, that's a bit high, so I'll take the second one down. A. Just over 1. That's 1.7, something like that, so that's got to come down. So it's quite a lot of downward adjustment. Now this is where we will run into the fret frazzling problems if they exist. Okay, that's still 1.5, that's still relatively too high. Yeah. Okay, 1.67, something like that. Down again with this one. Again, this isn't precise right now, but we're sort of in the right sort of ballpark. Again, by here I'd want to be at the 1 mark roughly, and this is 0.5 too high, so it's a fair bit to go down there. But I do expect it to start choking out on uneven frets. And again, this one here wants to come down because it wants to be at the 1-ish mark, which is about there. Okay, so that will change the tuning, so opportunity to just re-stretch a little bit. It's weird. Well, now that's interesting. Something is telling me that this intonation is way off right now because I'm tuning this harmonically and it is totally not tuning it properly. So I expect to find this miles off intonation. There's no reason why somebody would have intonated that. Let me just check on using the tuner just to confirm something here. I'm going to switch off the thingy and find the tunery, and actually probably need to plug it in anyway at this point to make this work. So it's a bit out of sequence from what I normally do. The question is there a strap in here? Please, oh please. Oh, yes, one. It's out of sequence, but I suspect that this guitar has a major intonation problem just to begin with. So I want to confirm or deny that before I go any further, because otherwise I'm never going to be getting it tuned unless I sort that bit out. Let's put it on the bottom rung. Now, watch out where you move to. There's a strap over there. No, a wire cable. This is where you, if you haven't heard it, you can hear a bit of the 12 string. I'll hold on to this, I don't want it dropping off. So we go to the 12th string. let's come back to that because it's so out of tune because of the first fret action. But let's go to the 6th string. Whee. Let's try this intonation test. Get off, don't want any reverb or anything. Just a straightforward tone. Let's put this closer. Mega sharp. So, let's find a screwdriver for the job. Could be that one, or it could be this one. No, not like that one. Jesus, there's so much to bang with this. It's mega. Right. So this is way out of whack. It's too. The string is too long. Sorry, too short. So I'm going to make it longer by hauling its little ass backwards. Right, and it'll have raised the pitch. Still a fraction sharp, so I'm going to pull it back a little bit more, and then we should be kind of at our start point. It's a bit noisy. So, and there go the bells. Try it a few times. Tiny bit further back, which means everything else has got to come back in cahoots with that, which kind of means I'm going to slack all this lot off, take the volume off a minute, because I'm going to pull everything back now in a pattern that's consistent with this starting E. And worry now I have is that we may run out of adjustment room. So let's just keep going and see what we get. We may have to chop off a spring or something. But I think what you might hear is the scale of the difference made when this thing is out of not intonated and when it is. And if you can actually see the difference, it's quite remarkable. So what we had at the beginning of a feeling of just not being able to tune it with that, certainly not with the harmonics that I was doing. It just there was no way it was going to go into tune properly. Now, by the way, I'm setting these in two familiar staggered patterns of 3, which is pretty much what happens every time when you intonate a guitar with a Fender style bridge, or any style actually. It's the same patterns as when you're intonating or when you're setting the bridge with a Tune-o-matic. Come on. Thank you. So we should be closer, but you can see that if I have to go too much further, I'm going to run out of intonation room. I'm just going to tweak these all a bit. So it's a bit more than I thought. It's far more flexible than the Tune-o-matic bridge, which I hate so much with a passion. Right, so I'm kind of just going on instinct. Oh, my back hurts. Instinct power. Just familiarity, really. So. Okay, we'll get there. A bit more stretching, just taking every opportunity I can to stretch as much as I can out of this. Very good, very close. Shut up. A's a bit flat. If the A's a bit flat, I'll make the A come forward a tiny fraction. And we're pretty much on, so that's the power of those two patterns of 3 working in our favour. Okay, now what this means is when we finally now tune up, playing it down here. Okay, so we're getting there, and the intonation has made a hell of a difference to it seeming to be in tune, but there's still a bit of stretch in it, so that's a good start. Get there, get there. So the interesting bit there then was to get this 6-string playing right. One of the biggest problems in that was getting the intonation right, because it was lousy. So we've now got it set a lot better, taken those saddles back several millimeters, which changes the intonation quite substantially. Got the first fret action nice. It's still, looking at it right now, it still could go a little bit lower, and what I'm seeing at the moment is that it's playing as is without being very low. So could go lower and see if we hit some fret problems and push it down. It's quite low now. And if we hit fret problems, then we know we can do a bit of leveling, and that might sort it out. So I'm just whizzing around doing this sort of a little bit of manual tweaking, doing everything at once and then fine tune it later, but I'm just really aiming to see how far it goes before it protests and tells us it won't play because of fret unevenness issues. But it's a nice neck, and it could go lower. Well, keeping on going lower and lower, and the action is still, or we're starting to run into slight choking when we come to bend it too far. I think we can get away with a pretty low action, but I think we'll still do a bit of fret leveling to get this exactly right, and a bit more stretching too. Bring this back into play. I'll get this video stopped for a minute because it's been going on forever. Getting there, that's really good. So a massive improvement on what it was, but it's going to be slow. But I'm determined that it's going to play as well as it can, and it's getting there, not far off. So I'm going to stop now. I'm going to do the same for the 12th string, and I'm not going to bore you with it. It's going to require getting the neck action, or getting the action down the way I want it, getting the first fret action, repeating the same steps basically, just twice as many strings. It's going to be really dreary. But I'll come back to you when I've done both of those and I'm happy with the way they're playing, and then we're going to see what kind of instrument we've got. And if there's anything else we need to do with it apart from that. A couple of tuners up here are a little bit loose, but that's only the screws holding them in place need beautifully taken care of. I mean, I don't know if this, I don't know if this actually tunes up. Maybe I can make it tune. Let's just see before we close off. Switch that one off, switch this one on. That slot's pinging. To play as 12 string. Well, it's not staying in tune, partly because the slots are just so bad you can hear them pinging. But anyway, alright, well it all plays, which is great. So I will come back to you when I've got this lot set up, and we'll take it from there. I might, well, basically I'm going to aim to see if I can get it playing the way I want without fret leveling. That would be a fantastic outcome if we can. It's getting there. Alright, see you again soon with this beautiful AcePro double neck 70s prog rock monster from hell. Okie dokie. Oh, welcome back, and we're here again with the backbreaker, the AcePro, which is no way high enough. Actually, you know what? Before I go any further, let me see if I can do something about that, because if I'm going to play it at all, might as well get the strap in the right place. So I'm hoisting the big beastie onto the desk there, bench, whatever, making sure it doesn't fall off. And I'm just going to take this thing off and I'm going to shorten it somewhat and see if I can get this damn guitar under my armpit or somewhere on the lowest button, because I want to be able to play this. But right now it's down on the ground and it's a bit sort of teenage punk. Sorry about this view. Yeah, it's a bit 1970s punk, so that's why all these prog rock heroes have their guitars so high up, so they can actually get to them. Oh, I don't know, it'll help if I plug that in. Possible, might even need to be higher. Kind of wearing it like something. That's that. I'm going to play the 12th string through there. But we don't want to do that. We want a nice pretty sound for the 12th string, don't we? But there we are. Pretty nice sound. Okay, so we've got the 6th string sort of going. It's really hard to feel how it's playing without being able to get to it in quite the same way. So there is definitely something odd about playing this guitar. You have to get used to. so I haven't checked it since I tweaked it the other day. Okay, still playing. Haven't done any fret leveling, so I'm going to keep on pressing or taking this down lower and lower until I can't play it anymore and needs fret leveling. So anyway, but what I need to do is get this nut sorted out on the 12th string. So it's let me show you an example. Ooh. It's hard to move anywhere with this guitar on. If I were to bring, let's put this in airplane mode for a minute. If I were to squeeze my way back with a tuner and show you what the nut slots, the incorrect nut slots does to the tuning on this thing. Oh Christ, there's too much wood on this thing, I promise you. Put this down and I'll tune the bottom two strings. Take the reverb off. So the E is in tune and the A's are in tune. So look what happens if I fret an F. Perfectly in tune. Or nearly. That's a really good illustration. I'll do it with the A to B. As lightly as I can to make it play. That's just awful. So no wonder it sounds terrible, and that's all down to the height of the strings over the first fret. Now the interesting thing about this is this doesn't obviously just apply to this guitar, but it applies a hell of a lot to this guitar because it's just unbearable. But it also applies to any guitar, any and all guitars. There's another plectrum on the floor. Applies to all and any guitars, including, I have one arrived today for somebody to do for a customer, and it's a Taylor Baby, which some of you may have watched my video on that, my own one, or a video story about doing my own, and it's a bit unfair to Taylor because, well, what's not unfair is that their acoustic guitars, it seems some of them, if not a lot of them, do come out with an unfeasibly high first fret action, with the result that they have it's not unique to them, but they, like other guitars, end up having a intonation problem. As you just saw, that sort of intonation problem. Now, the trouble with that is, if it has that sort of problem, people buy the guitar and then find out they can't, or it feels to them is they can't tune it. Now, I've had several, or I've seen quite a few Taylors that have that problem, and while it isn't unique to Taylors, the fact that I've done a YouTube video about it kind of acts now as a fishing line to catch people who also have tailors and take them out of the box and have that same problem. So it's sort of self-perpetuating, because the more people see that video, the more people will send me the tailors, and the more it will look like tailors are the only guitars that suffer from that problem, which they aren't. But if you left the comparison bit aside and said, well, if it were true that it doesn't matter how many other guitars suffer from it, but let's say most baby tailors suffer from that problem, and now everyone I've seen so far does, and I've heard about many more, then the point is that isn't good enough. You know, whether or not it's a problem shared by many other manufacturers, it certainly still isn't good enough. So I've got a tailor in, and we'll see that on another video soon. But the problem with the tailor is exactly what the problem is with this one. So in order to make this guitar play, I need to be able to take the action of these strings down to the same sort of action as I've got here, and that's going to require me to do each one of these little slots. Now, on this guitar, the nut doesn't really sit perfectly well in the slot anyway. It's not a great visual fit, but it is already pre-cut, and the distances appear to be correct. So I don't want to go having to recut one from a blank, or cut one from blank from scratch, because getting those distances with the different thicknesses of strings, it's incredibly difficult to do unless you've got a microscope and precision kind of instruments, which I don't have. So I'd rather rescue this nut, even if it's not perfectly fitted in the side. There's nothing else particularly wrong with it. It looks probably a plastic one anyway, but apart from that, if I can get it working. Now, the chances are there's 12 strings to get wrong here instead of 6 on that one. By the way, I'm not supporting the neck here. So the guitar is twisting a little bit. I could try and support the neck a bit further. I'm supporting the body on that side so it doesn't tilt or twist. I could probably try a little bit of a lift up there with something else under there. But I'll maybe go along a bit further. Try 2 on there, push it along. No, 3 on there till it meets. Just take a bit of the extra weight off there. Okay, feels about right. It's kind of just stopping it twisting a little bit, but gravity's still taking effect, shall we say. But again, as I've always said, just you don't have to. It doesn't mean you can't do it in this position. It just means you have to be conscious that what will happen between having it laying here in this position with gravity pulling downwards and standing it up. And what will happen is the strings will come further away from the fingerboard when you stand it up. So let's say if I aim for 0.3 here, once I've achieved that, then when I stand it up in playing position, I know physically it'll be a little bit larger than that, and I tend to, by experience, it tends to only be a small amount. But what I've got to do here is I've got to think about what I'm trying to do. Now, all the single strings here sit at the same height. What's interesting is that the big and small pairs don't, and I'm wondering if there's any real good reason for that. I don't know if it's deliberate or accidental. My feeling is, what would be the advantage of having to your finger touching the big string first and then having to push down and hit the small one? I think it would be served by them both being at the same height. Now, if you achieve your first fret actions by just measuring and cutting down, no reference to that, but you just measure a certain amount down there, then it's probable that you'll end up with, actually it's kind of biased towards the top of the string. You kind of cut down and the string, a lot of it sits above. Now what we've got is that we've got the slot is probably cut to the same depth, but because of the size of the string, we've got twice as much string above the kind of horizontal, if you like, so it feels like this one's way higher. What I want to do is I want these I don't really mind where they set, providing they are both ultimately the same amount off the deck, which actually, funnily enough, they currently aren't, so my last little explanation probably doesn't really work out as much as I'd like it to. Now, to achieve this, I'm going to have to use all of the files somewhere in my armoury. I've got a new set of strings, and I've got them in pairs, and obviously I'm going to what I'd like to do is set out a batch of files to do that job. So we go from 9s, the first 2 are 9s, so I'm going to stick an 11 down for that. The next one is 12s, which I really only have a 13 as the nearest for that, so I'm going to do the 13 there. Then we've got a 20 and a 9, which for the 9 we go back to the 11, so I'm not going to duplicate it, but I just need to, sort of, in fact what I'll do is write it out here. Do I need to write it out? No, I just need to keep them in place and I'll go back to them. Then we've got a 20, which I think needs to be like a 24 or something. Now I'm going to have to split apart this set now. I did keep them into a sort of hybrid 9 set, but for this it's just going to force me to pull it all apart. Okay, so maybe I do need to put them in order actually, still. So 20, 24, then we've got a 12 which we covered with a 13, and then we've got 26 which is going to be 28, is a bit tight but we'll try that. Then we've got 20 which we've already covered with a 24. We've got 36, which is, I've got a 36 here but I don't want to use that, I want to use a 42 if possible. Got 16 there, does that go 14, 13? Do you know what, I'm going to go 13 to 16, 9, 12, 16, 24, 20 to 24, 26 to 28, okay. 36, I want to go 42 if I can find it. 42, 10, 9, never used those. 42, must be in here somewhere. Or maybe it's in the other set. 42, please. 42. And then we've got a 46, which the best option I've got here is a 48. 26, which would be again 32. So between all of those, I've actually laid out 6, and that covers all of them, which gives me totally messed up the order of things here, but what the heck. Now, amongst my bloody mess, I've got to try and find my feeler gauge. If it isn't out here with the rest. I ought to put the thing on hold here. Little ochre casters dangling around everywhere, waiting to do numbers 7 and 8. I'm very excited to be getting ready to do. And can I find it? No. Strings, paper, drills, bits, thing for the back plate of this guitar. Put these up here. Sorry, I will find it. I will definitely find it. It's gonna happen any minute now. I'm gonna find it. I swear I'm gonna find it. But perhaps I'm not. This requires stopping of the thing. Back in a sec. Damn thing was hidden away where it's supposed to be. Anyway, I'm gonna pick out a metric 0.3, and I'm going to do it in the pattern that I normally do, but I'm going to have to think doubly carefully this time because I'm going to be jumping around. I have to remember the pairs. So if I drop off, well, before I do anything. So before I do anything with this, I want to adjust the action, and there was a thought, I had a thought of possibly needing to shim this neck. So let's just mess up my entire little preparation there. Alright, I obviously have to take the action down here. There's quite a lot of relief in the neck, which you sort of wouldn't be surprised at. So let's do things the old-fashioned way. Let's go back to here and let's have a look and see how much adjustment room I've got on the action. Now this is possible that for all we know we might start grinding out on frets at this point, which case we'll know that we've got a mega fret leveling task coming up. But you know, I think it should follow the same sort of technique. Now this is a 12 string. And theoretically it should play well, but that is still not very low. And the question is, would we expect it to play a bit lower? Hell, why not? So this is this guitar is going to be literally all over the place. Let us see if why don't I just prop that up under there, please? Can I make sure that stays there? Can I put that under there? Now it's not touching anymore, so let's put that there. Sorry about this, it's all a bit, you know, makeshift. So what I'm thinking of is, I just did a quick drop of this action as far as it will go, and it won't go far enough for my liking, so why wouldn't I put a shim on this, bring it up and give myself a chance. Now to do that I'm going to want to, what am I going to want to do? Well, I don't want all the strings, when I take the neck off to put a shim in, I certainly don't want all the strings to come flying off, so let me get this the right way around. Let me first of all capo the strings as tightly as I can so they don't go flying anywhere. This capo is really screwed, but it will hold, I think, long enough. Let's just slack off the springs a bit so that it's not going to snap the whole thing out of my hand. It's going to be a bit of a burden to do it all up again, especially when we can't really get an easy turn on these tuners. Anyway, I'm just taking a bit of the tension off so it's not under full stretch, and then I'm going to pre-cut a piece of shim. This is where they're too close together because the thing's slightly knocked out of place, but so I'm going to cut a shim ready for this. Actually, I might see if I've got one here already. I've got some copper, I've got some tin, I've got a little tin brass shim here. Well, what we're looking at is about 1 millimetre, so this shim here is not that much, it's only about 0.25 or something. So let's check. Okay, it's 0.35, sorry. My wood over there getting wet. It is slightly, but there we are. Okay, so 0.35, that's not so bad. Or let's have a look if we had a piece of tin and a piece of brass together. What could that give us? 0.5, that's a bit tastier. Well, let's go with those two bits and let's just trim one. They're both good shape, but I'll just trim them so they're the same size. And there we go. Nice. So that's just sort of standing by. 0.5 is a pretty nice lift. Okay, so we turn the beastie over. We get our screwdriver. Let's use I think we should use the power driver for this. Make sure we've got the right sort of head on it, which we have. And put the torque up to 7 to begin with. Now, what I'm going to do is I want to take this off. There's going to be strings everywhere, but hopefully they won't. Sorry. See, I was about to do this one. We're going to take this off. The strings will go everywhere because they're going to want to untangle. So they're going to be, it's just like this mass of strings, and then I'm going to try and put the shim underneath, and once that's done, pull it back up. It's quite exciting when you do this. I'm going to take 3 off there, and this is such a big handful of guitar, it's actually going to be, but I think I have to actually take all of them out because otherwise I'm not going to be able to get it over. That will come off nicely too. So here we have our beastie. Right, with our neck, and out it comes. Just having a look under there, it's quite tight. There's no shims, there's a number 6. You can see this big handful of strings everywhere. Number 6, we'll take that off. Don't need that. Quick blow out. We haven't got time to do a proper clean in there just yet. So I'm going to get my 2 pieces of shim. I'm going to push them to the back neck of the neck because I want it to sort of sit up on those pieces really. And I'm just going to reorientate the end of the neck into the socket, isn't the right word, you know what I mean, the neck pocket. Now I'm going to hoist her up. I'm also still pulling in, pushing in to make sure this thing sits in place. Spinning it round. I want it to make sure that it's well into the pocket. I'm going to grab my beautiful AcePro thingy, neck plate, and I'm going to just put it in with finger pressure for a minute. Now, I was conscious that to begin with that I wasn't happy with the alignment of the neck. Oh, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as a 6 string, but it wasn't perfect. So while we're at it, it might be worth checking. I'll put one in just to hold it in place, and then use it as a means to check the alignment for this. So there's number one, holding the neck roughly in place. You can see the shim's taken effect, but we've still got quite a bit of pulling in to do. Now let's have a look at the thing. Action wise, we want the neck to tilt away from the other neck slightly. So if I just slack off our, actually can't really get, there isn't really much scope for movement. What you can do sometimes, if it's really important, you can sort of feel, yeah, maybe just a little push might just be enough actually. But if you can't do it, you could get a clamp on there and just pull the neck with a clamp. I don't want to use the other neck as a point of leverage, understandably. Okay, let's do the first one up a little bit more. Not that much more. Keep it sort of slightly loose, and then I'm just going to look at it visually. Actually, providing the what's that word I've got? Capo is in good order. That actually doesn't run back down there too badly. Just have a quick look. Actually, just by looking at it, that currently sits quite well. So let's get another one opposite corner. You can feel that starting to pull in. Let's take another look. I can see it's a lot higher action, but we haven't kind of pulled it all in under force yet. It's interesting. I keep finding this a shim of 0.5 can often seem to pull up a massive amount on the neck, and I can never quite understand why it is. You know, if you think it's the point where the shim is almost exactly under there, you'd think it'd only be 0.5 of a millimetre that it pulls up, but sometimes it seems to pull more, and I would be lying if I told you I had any idea how that happens. Okay, I'm just tightening all this up under torque right now, and when I do this, I always go and look around to see that the thing is actually flat in its in the pocket. There's no air gaps, or nothing's sort of tilted off to one side, which is good. So our 0.5 shim has resulted in, well, we've still got very loose strings at the moment, but I'll just prop this up back where we were. Let's see if I can find a point, just a minute, where we just support it a little bit. Push this little biscuit thing, is that what they call them? Dogs? No, dogs or something, bench dogs. Anyway, alright, so there we have now, I don't know how well you can see that, we now have quite a different action down here, and it means that I really don't want this to be dropped on the floor the way it was. So what I'm going to do first of all is tune up the notes. And the octaves. This one's come off its perch. Hang on a second. In fact, two of them have come off their little perches. To get them back on while they're still not too tight. Which doesn't apply to that one. So you can see this is taking a while longer to get where we want it to be. Those are all on their little perches. Ah, now this is interesting. We're going to a wound G on this next set. So it's a double 6 set of rotor sound strings. It's actually super light. So we're going to replace that one with a wound one. I think that may be incorrect anyway actually, but on it that's on here. Okay, right, so after that little bit of carry on, we now have actually a really low action. It's quite a lot lower than the electric one, and I would say, judging by this, looking at the low string, that's about 1 millimetre. I would be very surprised if that played without choking out, which it's doing. And this one really does, to set the action here is going to require a bit of close-up looking. I'm trying to move things out of the way. So let's, I did actually deliberately put this one down already, so let's bring this back up to where it was, in line with all the others, and let's see what we've got after there, because you never know, it might just be a playable setup. Okay, let's have a feel. That will change the tuning, of course. That's very low action, certainly for a 12 string, but the thing is, we say for a 12 string, but the question is, why should a 12 string be any different from anything else? But just looking at that, it is really low. That's 1 millimetre, it's not too bad. That's 1. I'm looking at the moment the thinnest of the strings. That's less than 1. That's 1. That's hello. Is that correctly in place? I think it is. Nope, no it is. There you go. So just left to its own devices. That is too low. It's down at 1, which for a 12 string, he says, for a 12 string that would be amazing. And just as I was saying that, I don't really see why it should be any different for a 12 string or any other string. This is an electric guitar. It should work to those nice tolerances. But let us see. I'm just doing a very small visual, dropping things. I should be using something new. Let me see. Thank you very much, my friend in Scotland, Mr. Murray MacLeod. I think Mr. Murray MacLeod has given me one that's almost too small. He sent me, as a thank you for doing his Modern Player Telecaster, he sent me a metric set of Allen keys, and I think it's because he must have seen me chucking these things on the floor with that sort of depressing ting as they hit the ground so many times. So Murray, thank you so much for these. I mean, I'm taking it, I guess it was you, because you said you were going to send, you were sending something as a thank you for doing your One Player Tele, but so I'm just guessing that a package with no names on it coming to Relove Guitars with these wonderful little American made metric Allen keys. Must be from you, but I am very, very grateful to receive those. Yeah. You know what, I think we're going to get away with it. I don't mean that like some sort of crime, but I think that's going to play, and that is pretty nice. 1.5 at the end there. Just checking again on this one. This is amazing. This feels higher than it actually is. It's funny that, isn't it? It's not bad. The middle ones are a little bit high, and the end one is a fraction high actually. So, oh, I can use these fabulous new tools to do what I need to do. Oh, God. Switch your brain on. There we are. My fabulous new Murray McLeod sponsored Allen keys, made much more sensible than the other kind that I always drop on the floor. And I genuinely think he must have seen me do that on the video of setting his guitar up, along with a sort of creaking sigh as I bend over and my back kills me as I go down to try and find it. Okay. Ooh. Oh, yeah. We're getting there now. Okay, let's just put this back into lying on the bench mode. Get there, get there, get there. You can support that. Where's you gone? Bench doggy, under you go. You go there, you go there, and you come in there. Just take a bit of the weight off the 6. Not quite right. Just watching to see how they sit. That's about right. Okay, move that, move that. Whew, we are back to where we wanted to be. Brilliant. So, very encouraged. So we've got a brilliantly low action now, thanks to the shimming, and now we can concentrate on the bit that's going to make all the difference, or more of the difference, to this 12th string, and that's getting these things right, and that's going to require a bit of the careful paying attention, 007. So as normal, what I will do, oh no, hang on, I keep under tension. My question was, have I got enough relief or too much relief in the neck? And it's one of those, I'm not going to even try it on the 1st fret. I know we should do it across, this is going to break any second now, this thing, I'll have to buy a new one. Yeah, I'll try it on the 1st fret. It's really pushing these strings down sharp. Okay, so just the question is, how do you know? Well, you gauge it off one of your strings by using, it's not even pressing down the 1st string. It hasn't got the strength. I'll just do it by hand. By pressing down the string onto the 1st fret and onto the last fret, and then checking the gap in between. And I'm going to use the thin string here because it's the easiest one to see. And actually, once I've done that, the thing that's throwing this completely is the amount of action over the 1st fret. But actually, that isn't bad relief, so I'm not going to adjust anything there. So now I drop off this bottom 2 strings, and because I'm replacing now with a different, like probably slightly different gauge, and certainly when it comes to the G, it's it's going to be a different string altogether. It means it's going to cut quite a bit to get this right. So strings off, and I'm actually even going to, of course, going to take off the high one here and push it to the side, because I've got 6 to do in this side, so I'm going to work outwards this way, starting with this. And whatever they're doing, I want to make them end up being 0.3 of a millimetre over the first fret, irrespective of their size. Now, I have to work out where I am. I'm on the D, so on the D it's 26 and 12 according to this. 26 and 12, which in my case I'm going to use a 28 and a 16, which is quite a big thing jump, but it's fine, it'll stop the thing sticking. So now I know I'm on the thicker of the two here, so I'm going to go with the 28 first. It's kind of hard to keep a record of that in your brain. Shift that out of the way, and I'm just going to drop in. Now, what I noticed straight away is that these slots, they're a bit mucky actually. I mean, they're not brilliantly made. There's no reason for them to be so deep, so what I want to do is I'm going to get a little V-shaped file, because I think it would make sense at this point to widen these a little bit, because I just don't want the strings catching in there. Now, this bit of widening, it's just going to ease the strings passage into a slot, which I'm going to cut down a little bit. But what I'm now doing is just kind of opening up the slot at the top, where it's just making it less likely. There's way more material than you need, and actually I would be happy to cut down both of these once we're done. So I'm just going to do this for both of the pair that I'm working on at the minute. In fact, I could do it for all of them while I'm here. Just keeping a very close eye. It looks a bit sharp toothy at the moment, but that's okay. There's a lot of room in there, so I think our next string is going to be a bit bigger in that department. So, okay, so what we're still doing is we go over to where it's placed, we check the height above it, and it's too high, and now we can use our chosen 28 to just cut downwards and backwards a little bit. And I can just kind of visually see, make sure it's cutting a nice slot. And we get there fairly quickly with this. It won't take long, it's not far off this one, but very small amounts of cutting, checking. While if you put the feeler gauge under and you can still play the string, then there's obviously clearance, there's air between the feeler gauge and the string, and you can lower the slot a bit more to get where you want. I'm tipping it, the nut file slightly backwards while I cut. Okay, we're almost on there. I'm going to stop there. So that one's good. Like I say, an ugly load of unwanted material above the string itself, but once we're done, when we change these old strings out for new ones, we can basically get the Dremel if we want, or a file on here, and just cut all of this down just so that just the slight semicircle is visible to hold the strings in place. Right, there's my 28 done for a minute. Put it back in the sequence, and now I'm going to bring into play the 16, which is quite a big size for what we're actually doing. Just tune it. There we go. Want to do it at as higher or as close to playing pitch as possible, and then just lever it out of the way. Find your file and do a little cut. So it is really about paying attention and knowing where you're at with this one. So many to do. Again, I'm watching for the shadows and the clearance, the fresh air between the top of the fret and the string to tell me when I'm right. Looking at the shape of it. This it is a bit slanty, this one, for my liking, but I can't really make it go anywhere else. It's where it is. There's not much to do. I can possibly kind of cut it a fraction straighter. Don't like that. It's gone down a little step there. It's pretty much there. As long as it stays in there, I'm happy with that. Okay, put that one away, and then we look at our next pair, which is the A series. So the A is at 36 and a 20, so we're going to go 24 and 42. Keep those off to one side so I know what we're doing. We do the thicker one first, so that'll be the 42. Again, I'll just do a little notch on the top here. What we don't want really is this big string sticking on its way down, because it's such a deep slot. I'd rather just make a big V shape right now, because we're only using the bottom part of it, if you get what I mean. Okay, so get that across into its place. Okay, so with 42 we're using to get going on this. Get these out of the way. 42 on here. Oh, what I didn't do is blow it clean, check the gap. Ooh, about a millimetre. Let's get in there now and start cutting. See, I have a feeling this might be bone. Not entirely sure. Ah, this should be at pitch as well. Sorry. Being at pitch, make sure it sits in as far down the slot as it can possibly go. So we need to make sure that's the case. What you'll notice is when you're adjusting your nuts slots to give this low a first fret action, what you'll notice is that there's hardly any material above the fingerboard. You know, your strings come down to a very, very small, I mean they're basically the height of the fret and 0.3. That's what you're going for. Almost there on this one. The height of the fret plus 0.3, and that's all it is off the fingerboard. So it's very, very close. And if you were to take all this excess material down, your nut would look incredibly flat. But it's correct. So who watched the Hillary Clinton Donald Trump horror the other night? It's like being at school, isn't it? Who watched The Professionals? Who watched the Hillary Clinton, there we go, on Hillary Clinton Donald Trump horror? Well, I did, out of a sort of just a morbid curiosity. I just needed to see what we were up against, and I'm not sure whether I was depressed, demoralised or what. I think the bit that I can't get my head around at all, no matter how much I try, is that Donald Trump is not a healthy man, emotionally healthy as I would call it. He's like a little undeveloped child. Yeah, he's like a infantile infant, and as a result, he's got no coherent ideas. He just exists in this sort of state of reaction. It's very, very weird. And listen very closely to his responses and stuff, and just as always, I'm just incredulous that the American political system, that is what it produces. You know, this man is seriously in line, or frighteningly likely to be the US president. And I kept wanting Hillary to do what I wanted to say, which was to stop and go, folks, you know, don't just, no, let's try and breathe, you know, hope that I win, and then we'll breathe a sigh of relief and say, well, it was okay, you know, a madman or a damaged egotist or narcissist, bullying narcissist got this close to being president of the the United States, you know, I don't think there's anything, even if she won, there would be nothing to celebrate, in my view. The fact that the system gets that far or that close to putting Donald Trump in the White House, that's absolutely nothing to celebrate. That's my view anyway. And I think I read or listen to Sam Harris a fair bit, and he was saying the other day that he would vote for Hillary. He doesn't like Hillary Clinton, but he said he would vote for Hillary Clinton even if she was on a life support machine and it was known that she would die a day into being president, and even if immediately afterwards a complete random stranger was picked to be American president. And he said he would do that because he is that afraid of the implications of Donald Trump being president, and I can understand what he means. Okay, so with 46 and 26, that means we're going to go 48 and 32. Hey? 26, oh, 28. 28, it's a bit tight. 26, 28. Oh well, we'll try it. 48 and 28. So we start with the 48. So yeah, gosh, let's hope. Let's just hope it doesn't happen. Doesn't mean I'm a fan of Hillary Clinton's either. I'm not a fan of the entire system that can narrow down the talent, quote unquote, to those two individuals out of close to 300 million human beings, all with individual gifts and talents. It's just ridiculous that the system does what it does. And we have a kind of family dynastic political lifer versus a narcissistic bully boy with no brains and no emotional intelligence, and that's it. That's the best that America can produce to rule itself. Not saying we're any better here, by the way. Just about on that one. So yeah, it was really scary actually to watch that. To think that it could be okay. I believe. Let's have a quick look at this. Maybe I'm quitting too early on that one. It's much better than it was. Okay. Yeah, so there's my political, it's not a rant, but there's my views on it. I'm going to drop off the top 3 notes, or 6 strings in this case, and do the same, starting with a G and working outwards. Donk, and again keeping that one under tension, and then again just taking some time to just dig down a little bit in the slot so that it's not catching on the way down. And while I'm here, do the same for the others. Yeah, I am genuinely amazed that even the sort of moderator of the session with the American presidential debate thing, I'm even amazed that the moderator, as well as all the pundits, treats Donald Trump as if he is a mature human being with something to say, as opposed to this bullying cretin. I mean, I really am astonished. Now, hang on a second now, what are we going to get here? We're going to get thick and a thin, aren't we? Hellfire. So I'm going to get thick and thin. So we're going to go thin, thick in the order of things here. So the G, thin one is going to be, oh, hang on, it says 12, doesn't it? So it's not 12, it's 16. So thin is going to be 16, next one 20. 24 isn't going to do it. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Oh. 20, so I want 24 and 16, 24 and 11. That's weird, isn't it? So it goes 20 wound, 9, and then 12 and 12. So it goes thinner, thicker, thinner. Weird. Okay, I'll take its word for it. So we're gonna start with, as we're coming this way, let's turn it around the other way, I suppose. As we're coming this way, we're going 9, 20, so 11 first. Let's go the 11 first. Sorry, I'm just checking this out. Now that could be tricky because this is currently thicker than the 11. Let's see. Let's just check it anyway. Yeah, so yeah, definitely very worried about this guy and what he'll actually do if he gets in. And I got a morbid kind of fascination feeling that he will. It's almost like the world, well not the world, but the American public needs this to happen for some bizarre reason. I'd like not, but then somebody said the other day, that even in the best case, so you get another year of another 4 years of Hillary won. You get another 4 years of politics as normal in the dynastic American politics, family president tradition, which means more Wall Street, more imperial meddlings in other people's stuff. Who knows? Just get this feeling that one day they're going to really regret having treated Obama so badly. Because when all's said and done, I think that guy's a decent human being by the looks of it, what I can see of him. Okay, so we're right down at the bottom here. This is slightly worrying me because this string doesn't go far enough into the hole, and I'm cutting away like a nutcase, which could be a bit of a disaster. So, what's the next thing? This is weird. So this is a 9. I really don't quite understand why they're doing this. 9, 20, 9, 12, 9. So if I'm going to need, I can't do anything with this. If these are really heavy, then it's not going to work. That's my worry. So that one is going to be a 9, but currently it's probably more like a 16 or something. Oh my god, it's a 25. No wonder it's not. Sorry, it's an 18, but it's not going into the slot. This one is also 22. That's not going to go. 22, 20. Yeah, balls. Okay, I've hit a little bit of a problem here, and I have a feeling I may have gone already too far. Judging by this one, I think I may have already overcut that one. Courtesy of all the strings from here onwards are just the wrong gauge, and I should have done a check really, because this guitar has been set up in a shop to look good, not really to play. So I think what I need to do is I need to work with the real strings now, which is again a bit of a departure from my normal routine. So it's time to get a shot of these. We'll dump them off, bin them, put the new ones on, and then just reconsider. And if I have to repair one of these out of 12, then it's not so bad. The repairs are, to do a super glue and bone dust repair. Yeah, I kind of took for granted that these were the right strings, but they aren't, or the right gauge, but they are not. So let's trash them all and start with what we need to do, and it's only that one that will be a problem, judging by the measurements so far. Now, this is again puts me in a sort of out of sequence position here, because if I'm going to, well, first of all, I have a sneaky suspicion that this thing will play without fret leveling, so that's the first thing. So I can possibly anticipate not losing a set of sacrificial strings, which is quite good, which means the next set of strings on could be the last set, even though I bought 2 sets just in case. But they're not cheap, so I don't really want to be putting another set on and then binning them as well. So what I'm going to suggest is, as much as I'm keen to go piling straight into restringing this, I think it would be a good idea at this point to clean up. Actually, there isn't that much that needs doing. I was going to have a look underneath, but I think given that I've got a set of strings working on the other 6 string, I don't think really it's going to be a good economy in terms of string expenditure to slacken them off again and just to have a look under the hood. So that said, I'm also struggling to hit this one off. I think what I'll do is I'll just take this opportunity to clean under there, on the pick guard. We can pop off the buttons and get rid of the plastic that's under, and both sets. That means the 12 string as well as the other one. So the 12 string set will come straight out. Some of them, 6 of them will come straight out the back, and then the other 6 will come through the back. So you have to get that right on the way back through. Of course, it will all be worth it in the end when we come to play this beauty, won't it? Now these come straight out of just the through stringy ferrules, so there's no plate that we have to remove. There's no tremolo or anything demanding we remove the plate to get access, which is good. But even then, it doesn't guarantee these things are all going to go through. Let's try and get rid of some of this first. We'll come back to that troublesome one in a minute. So you can see it never goes to plan. Something that a non-standard thing like this is always just going to create fun and games. Right, that one's pushed through. Oh, out comes the ferrule. Well, we can put that back in, that's not a problem. There we go. Ferrules, they don't need to be glued in. They'll, as long as you push it back in by hand, it'll work. Okay, so while we're at it, let's have a quick look at this fingerboard. I think it's pretty good. It probably needs a little clean. Now I had a plan in mind, and I got a feeling that I didn't like handling so much chemicals. So I thought what I might try and do, just for fun, is when I'm using these chemicals, I might start just putting some gloves on, if I can remember. And if they, by the way, if the gloves survive being in contact with the stuff, you never know, they may just melt and catch fire themselves. But is that going right the way through? Yes, it's going right the way through. So that was a waste of time. Okay. I really haven't saved myself from anything there. But just yeah, quick look. These are, yeah, they're in good nick, have they? Do you know what? I'm gonna venture that somebody has very lightly levelled these frets in the past. That's interesting. There's a secret behind this guitar somewhere. Well, that was pointless. Well, I might use them for something one day. It was just worth a try. Yeah, I've got a feeling that these have been just slightly levelled, and actually they've not been massively well polished, which is, yeah, they've been levelled. Wow, somebody's looked after this, or set it up, or done something to it, which is quite amazing. So it's not quite as as I thought in the first place, which was it was just unused. It's been very well looked after. That's the thing, but it's been somebody's taken the time to level the frets. That's why I'm getting as low an action out of it as I can, which is a bonus. Woohoo. Now I'm just going to attempt to pull off these knobs, and I will have to resort to Mr. Chris's special knob pulling device. Dunk, dunk. And off it comes. And there, I don't know if you want to see, but there we have the sort of ripped off bit of cellophane, which is quite common. People just pull the protector off and it just gets bunched under the pots and sticks out looking a bit grotty. And if you want to, you can just lightly cut to get the remaining bits away. It doesn't matter too much if you scratch the scratch plate at that point, because it's all hidden underneath the knob anyway. And push the volume back on. That's good. I'll just see if I can equally, I can pull those by hand, which is good. Volume, tone and tone. Come on, in you go. Yeah, so changing my opinion of this slightly, ever so slightly. Been played and set up well. Although you might argue that those frets probably or ideally should have been a bit better, possibly a bit better rounded off. I think I might still consider doing that for these. Now this bit of cellophane comes right the way down to the end of the pick guard, so it's never even got ripped off that far. Yeah, I'm going to string it up and see just how well it plays, and if it cries out that it needs a bit more level, then I will get into doing that. But at the moment, the previous one has left it. The only downside is that it's been polished, but it's possibly not been recrowned the way I would have done it. But having said that, the levelling that's been done is so light that it hardly makes any difference. It's not like the great flat spots that will interfere with play. Right, let me just chuck away those bits blow away those bits of cellophane. I'll vacuum those up later. Just clean over there a little bit. Okay, so I have to rethink my not coming into too much contact with poisonous chemicals policy. That obviously really wasn't going to work with those gloves, so some other kind of glove barrier that I'll have to investigate. It's just the reason that I thought about it was that I was looking for replacement naphtha online, and I couldn't find any, and I came across various sort of substitutes like petroleum ether, and anyway I found something, and in the end, and I noticed that it said causes cancer on the jug, on the carton. I just thought, okay, and I've been using this stuff for 2 years fairly willy-nilly, so I just thought maybe I ought to really take a bit more cognizance of this, not be so glib about it. Now look, there we have a slightly wanting to move. Oh cripes! Well, this is really annoying now, because I want to move on, but this thing is, yeah, this has been leveled. I can see it. This thing is now telling me I've got to tighten up one of these pots under here, but the only way I can tighten it up is to lift out the whole thing, and the only way I'm going to do that is to take off the strings on both necks, and the only way I'm going to do that is to just do it. I can reuse these strings, I'll just pull them off to one side, but so then I've got myself in a position now where all of the strings will be off, and what I could do is just polish up all the frets, give them a shine, which would be a nice improvement. Again, these have been levelled the same way. You can see under this better lighting now. But it is why I can get a really good playing action. While this is off, I can also reduce the nut height as well. Get a Dremel sanding thing on it and just grind it away. There's far too much, or far more material there than is necessary. Sorry, a big picture of a hand in the lens there. But very clean otherwise. And so having done that, now I have to take everything off. And you do get to have a look under the hood after all, so that's how it goes. Okay, so look, here's all my strings. As soon as you take them off, what they want to do is they want to bite into the carpet that you use for your workbench and just be a pain. And then they want to stick to each other, and they always stick to each other. Look, they're hooking over, that one hooking over, and the chances of getting them through there to stay in place is very slim. And they'll snag everything in sight like this. Get out of the way. Just stay there. What you can do is take them somewhere where they're not going to do too much damage or try getting too much trouble. Just sort of like stay there. But then guess what? This tape isn't sticking. Honestly, some days it could be the fact that it's very it's raining and it's kind of humid, as well as rainy. Damp, I think is probably the British word I'm looking for. Right, I'm just hoping that's sort of just tack them a bit out of the way for a minute. How long that will last, I doubt. No. Okay, I will pull up the view a little bit. I'll get me one of these. This is a bit of a faff now because I've got to pull all of these out in order to adjust to a couple of pots. And we've got to make sure these pots are tight because otherwise it's they're going to spin round and then it'll break the wiring one day. So those are all pickup things. Here we go. And so for me, this guitar obviously it needs quite a bit of work to set it up, as you can see. It's a pain. Well, actually, that's not true. It's good fun, but it's if you didn't enjoy it and if you didn't have time, it would be a pain. So a lot of work to set up, and then when you've got it set up, it's actually quite challenging to play because it's a non-standard configuration. Okay, so there's all our stuff. It's routed for, actually it is routed for HSS, so it could have humbuckers in there probably, but you can see two earth wires from the bridges go back to the pots, load of wiring, load of room for all the wiring down here. What I'm interested in is sorting the pots out to make sure they are not going to twist and spin around. Now this also doesn't have any shielding on it, which is not something I tend to be very happy about, but it's quite a lot of shielding to do at the moment. Yeah, well, can I actually get this safely out of the way for long enough to do it? Well, you know what? Normally I'd like to have completed the setup before I attended to this, and we haven't quite got there, so it's an interesting state of play. I had to throw those strings away because they were fake. Let's just try and work this out. If I were to unsolder this, we could at least can at least get the guard out of the way, and actually we then could probably very easily just take care of all that. So we've got nice lots of room, simple connection, two lives, okay, yeah, because we've got the two sets. So red and white go to the hot and one earth. Okay. What I'm going to do, just for speed, I'm going to just snip both of these here because there's plenty of wire, and I'm going to just pull this bit out. So normally I would have undone desoldered that, but I can clean that up in a minute once I've got all of this out of the way. Right, there we are, jack plug plate off, which then allows me to pull out my main stuff, and if I want to, which I also can do, if I just remember where these two ground wires go, we'll go 12 string ground wire goes to, let's just write it on the board. So 12 string, and we see the end of the thing, there's the curvy thing. We've got 1, 2, 3 pots, 1, 2, 3 pots on that bit. The ground, 12 string ground wire goes to there, 12 string ground to there, and the 6 string ground wire goes to the first one. 6 string ground, 12 string ground. Okay. So what I can do, since I'm in for a penny, in for a pound now, damn it, I can snip that one, and then snip that one, and just remember I have to reconnect them, which of course I won't forget. Okay, which allows me to hike this fella out of the way. So may look scary, but I don't see many of those very often. Look, while I'm at it, why don't I beef this up, get some shielding. I've got a bit more copper tape, but it's not a lot left, so we'll shield that up and shield in there as well. Pull these out of the way for now. I'll go off camera for that, because if this was boring, then that's even more boring for you, but trust me, nothing really clever about it. The only thing is you've got to make it continuous. It's got to go all the way through, and then it has to touch the underside of the shielding that is on the plate, scratch plate. So it's not difficult to do. I'll show you quickly how it works. I may end up running out, which is going to stall me rather stupidly. So here's a bit of copper tape, here's my spacers, and let's drop this bit straight in the middle. It will take quite a lot, because this is double trouble, really. I've got to order some more of this stuff in a bit of a hurry. So look, I'm now doing this thing where I'm going all out. I can never half do something. So basically I've dropped this scrunchy stuff in there, cut it, bend it around the corner, flatten it out. So that's basically what we're going to end up doing, is cover the whole of the inside bits, and make it come up to and slightly over the edge of the pickup, or the routings or the cavities, because what we want is we want the underside to make contact with it, and since this is all hidden, then that contact can stick up over the top here like this, and it'll work perfectly well. So it's a matter of getting all of this copper out, including that if you can be bothered, he says to himself, and then the underside of the pick guard as well. And once you've done that, you've got well, then it has to be grounded to one of the earth wires that comes in, so that's an extra wire and a little copper. I use a little copper plate to do that. But once you've done that, you've created what's called a Faraday cage, and it's I keep saying this, but I'm not an expert in this at all, and what little research I've been able to do using the great internet shows me that there is a lot of divergent views on this. Some people believe that you only have to, or it is only beneficial to do shielding for a single coil guitar like this, and others believe, argue that actually it isn't about the single coiledness of it, it's about any piece of electrical equipment, and that copper shielding or any kind of Faraday cage will help to reduce the amount of radio frequency, unwanted radio frequency that gets through your electrics or comes through your circuitry. So I have to admit the former view, which is, you know, it's only good for single coils, you're wasting your time if you do it for humbuckers, that has tended to be a sort of guitar forum view, and the view about the radio frequency has come from what I would consider a more authoritative source. So it makes sense to me from that point of view, and as a result, because of that viewpoint, it also means that I also shield my humbucker guitars as well, because they are equally subject to radio frequency, because it isn't just something about the single coil 50-60 cycle hum or whatever it's called that people think shielding is about. Apparently it's not that. Anyway, plenty to argue about, and you know me, I'm not interested in arguing, so if you do want to argue about it, there's plenty of forums, you can have a little fight on it. So basically this will take as much time and as much copper tape as it takes, and I suspect, as I know that I'm short on tape, I suspect it will run out well before, and it will make getting some more a bit of an urgent priority, so this guitar doesn't sit waiting for days. I mean, even while I've got this open here, there is a guitar, there is a set of pickups I've got, iron gear pickups, which I've had for a while, single coils, which I got cheap somewhere, a bargain, somebody bought them for a project and then didn't use them, so I've got those, and I was thinking, should I use those? Maybe change out one of these, but I don't know. The danger is if I put too much effort into this, I want to keep it, and that is not a good look for me right now at the moment, because I have to sell some of mine. Just because it's unfeasible getting too many knocking about. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to disappear off the face of the earth for a bit. I'm going to carry on doing this until the tape runs out, which won't be very long. It's very nice, therapeutic. You can put the radio on and do it kind of with your brain switched off. Comes Morris's sister, and then I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I don't want to do any more work on these frets if they play. So what I might do is I might just, since they've proven that to play at a nice low action so far, I'm going to risk, I'll mask off the necks, I will polish each of them with fret rubbers and then some Autosol, get them all shiny and smooth as they can be, given that they've already been levelled. And then I'll come back once I've done all of this, and I'll put on all the strings back on, including the new strings, and then I'll adjust the last 6 strings for the last 6 strings worth of nut slots to get that right, and repair one if I have to, and then we'll basically hopefully just play that for a while and see how it goes. Alright, so see you in a bit. Okay, so it's late, I'm stopping for now. All the frets polished and shined, looking great. I think that will save us needing to do any more levelling or anything. You can see the whole of the cavities are thingied, the word is shielded, and if I just put that down there, and then I can show you, we also managed to get the whole of the pickguard done before I ran out of tape, and that was my last bit of tape. So that's it for today. Next step tomorrow, I'm going to just leave this here the way it is. In fact, I'm just going to take these off there and just let them sit on the neck. Sorry, that's a really bad view for you. Yeah, I'm going to leave that overnight, and I just thought I'd show you a friend of mine up in the roof of the shed who is he has been busy with, for some reason the warm weather has made him He's been catching a lot of flies. Look at him go. Woo! He's a beauty. And there's something he ate earlier on. So I think I need to get the vacuum cleaner up there a bit later on or tomorrow. Get rid of that. Anyway, what a monster. Right. Okay, so that's just us for today. Tomorrow, come back. I'm going to do the nut. Both of them. Just grind them right flat. Just leave just the very tips of those things showing, and then I'm going to go and restring it all. That should be fine, but then I may need to, well, I will need to do the slots over here and possibly repair one of them, and then we'll solder these bits back in according to the little memoir we've got there. This is very untidy in here. It's raining. It's bedtime. Morris, my boy, are you going to come in? Yeah, it's bedtime soon, isn't it? Yeah. Say hello to your YouTube friends. Meow. That's better. Oh, isn't he wonderful? He just sits there for the whole evening while I'm working. Spend the whole evening just on his stool. And that's doesn't really do much work, but he does like to be there. And he doesn't need to do anything else. He just hangs out. Ow! And occasionally claws me. Oh. My boy, Mr. Knobbly Tail, aren't you? Yeah. He doesn't get a feature on the video very often, so I thought I'd give him a bit of quality video time. Okay, he is such a babe. We had to put a new collar on his mum again today, about the third time. She's sort of more than half Bengal. He's a quarter. But because she's more Bengal, she goes off on like 3, 4, 5 week wonders, and wherever she goes, I think the people take their damn collar off, and then we have to put a collar back on. And each time they take a collar off, she can't get into the house, so we have to get a new microchippy thing, and we're going to get her chip next week. Anyway, time to go in, mister. Find a spot for sleeping overnight. Okay? Right, let's go. Ah, my back. Oh, see you again soon. I'm going to trust that it's filming. No, I'm still going to look at the side. Yeah, it's filming. Okay. Now we're back again. It's the next day, and I need to progress this thing because I've got loads to do that aren't this guitar. But what the hell? Right. So here we go. A bit noisy. Before I do anything else, I don't know if you. Yeah, I showed you. Yeah, the frets are clean and shiny, beautifully shiny. Actually, auto soled all the way down. Everything's copper foiled off, shielded off, and now I'm going to take off some of this nut which you don't need. Now it's actually chucking out a fair bit of gunge, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my faithful, it's full of sawdust, mask on, which makes me look pretty cool, but hopefully you won't see it. And it also gets in the way of my glasses. So I'm holding the treble with 2 hands, you'll notice. This is an observation. You can see how far down we can go while still leaving fairly strong slots, if you like, for the strings. So it's much tidier. There can be much less material sticking up. But we still, like I say, we still got this one's. These 5 are still to do. but even then they will be pretty low. So I'm going to kind of stop there. I'm just tidying it up really, because unless I'd cut these already I couldn't be sure, and I don't want to overcut. But I'm also now going to do the same with this one, which is finished in terms of height, so we can go quite a long way down. So you can see, while I was doing that, I was also watching very carefully the chuck of the. Just blow that away for a minute. Watching carefully the chuck of the drill, so the Dremel, so making sure it doesn't get anywhere near striking the fingerboard, because of course that would make an absolute nasty mess of everything. Could go even further down, but I think that's tidy enough on both cases. I might just do the edges of that a little bit because it's quite sharp. Okay, here we are. So that's that little bit done. I'm getting closer. Next step will be dust off. I'll keep my mask on just for a couple of minutes while I let the dust settle. No point blowing inside your mask, Sam. You won't blow the dust away. So what I'm going to do is we'll get the soldering iron out and get this thing warmed up. And like I said on another video, this is a new soldering iron. It got so expensive and silly trying to find replacement tips to match perfectly. But it ended up just making more sense. Well, actually, because of the new prices, it made more sense to get a new one. Unfortunately, that's a sort of function of our somewhat throwaway culture, but I can't help it. That's what the right, that's on. That's what it came to, and so getting a new one, I got a new tip with it, which is the tip I needed. It's much better than even the replacement tips I bought, which weren't quite right. So that's what we ended up doing. But I have to say that the sheer joy of having a new, the right tip and the new iron again was just wonderful, and made it so much easier to work with. Okay, so slow process getting this whole thing back together again. What I'm going to need to do now is I'm just going to put the guitar out the way, down onto a stand for a minute, because what I want to do first of all is, while I've got this here, I just want to free up or prep the ends of these wires. So I know that the red wire and the white wire go to the live, and I know that the bare goes to the ground, and that I might want a bit more earth wire than that, just to have room around the jack plug soldering bit. Give myself a bit of room. This is a bit rubbery, which is good, but it sort of makes cutting a bit harder. Yeah, sort of, funny enough, your blade sort of bounces off, and this is quite a sharp blade. I'm one of those people who's never managed to get on with wire strippers, the mechanical thing. For some reason, I can't get on with them. They just don't work for me. So I'm always much prefer to do these things by hand, and sometimes it means cutting a little bit off the end to allow it to go through. There we go. So yeah, I don't know, something about doing it by hand means I can feel what's going on much better. Okay, so this is let's get this spare earth wires together. It's a bit, I might even want a bit more. This is a bit, because it's been, what to call it, you know, tinned before. It's all a little bit on the crunchy side, so I might still go for a bit more length of wire to work with. I was just saw an old mate of mine from many years ago on Facebook posted a picture of him at the end of or somewhere at the end of a song, playing a gig, and it was nice to see him. Great to see him perform, actually. Really nice to see that, because he's got a fantastic voice. He's sort of like London's Bruce Springsteen, I would say, is the nearest thing. I mean, I'm talking about you, Roger, if you ever watch this video. But yeah, great voice, and we played together a lot in the olden days, and I just feel like I need to chop all of this off and start again. It was that tinned end that's causing the problems here. Anyway, so in the picture, what was amazing to see was he was playing the same Westbury electric, a kind of, no, was it a Les Paul? No, I think it was a double cut sort of style thing, and yeah, playing the same Westbury that we bought together in whatever that street's called in London that does all the, these are a bit blunt, these blades. What's the place in London? You know, the music, Denmark Street. Yeah. So I remember the time that way back then he said to me, right, I've got £1,000. I want a guitar and a 4-track recording system. And of course in those days a 4-track meant a Porter Studio. There was no alternative. You had to have a tape-based thing. So we went to, I remember that day we went to Denmark Street and into the music shops. And of course in these days, this day and age, you wouldn't go near Denmark Street. Sorry, no offence, Denmark Street. Oh, that's terrible. But you wouldn't really. You'd you know, you'd basically, you'd do all your research online and you'd check second-hand things, and maybe you'd go to guitars and keyboards, or guitar, or even Thomann or something like that. But chances of actually going to Denmark Street and buying something with real cash is slim. Anyway, but we did. We took cash and we went up to Denmark Street and we bought him this Westbury and this Porter Studio. And it wasn't the very first Porter Studio which I had. That was I think it was like a 244 or something, I used to call it. Because it was, I don't know, 4-track and you mix down to stereo or something. I don't know, there's some deal with the name, but and people remember that one. It was a big unit about this big, and about so deep, and the back was slanted with the VU meters. That was the one I had, and the one we bought for Roger was the next generation, and it was a little thin thing, and actually it was far less substantial feeling than the one I had, but of course it was progress and whatever. And we got him this Westbury guitar, and it's great. He's still got it, and he's still playing it, and it's now, you know, has that. Well, it's gone up in value. He said in his post it's the only thing he ever bought that went up in value, and so there in the nature of a true investment. It accrues in value over time, and yeah, so it's interesting because I went back up to Denmark Street a few years ago. I was just wandering around with another friend, and when we were there, we went into one of the shops, and lo and behold, I was astonished to see the identical guitar, and I don't think it was the same one, because I think I did contact Roger and say, did you sell your guitar? Because I think it's sitting in a shop in Denmark Street, but actually it was another of the same model, and they're not exactly commonplace now. They're so old. And so it turned out, no, it wasn't his, so he's still got his. Oh, come on, let's get this. This is really... Do you know something I can't get this to come out. Something I'm looking for. That's horrible, that is. It's not helped by having a dollop of spongy rubber next to it. What I would really like, and maybe it's possible to find, but I haven't found it yet. So I would like one of these grabber things that's stronger and more stable. I want something. There must be a better way of holding something, because this doesn't hold anything. I really would like to find a different system. There must be a way of inventing something. That would probably what it has to be. Come on, engineers. Throw away the bits of stuff. Okay, so we got that plate ready to go. These wires are stripped and tinned. Those are the 3 that we have there. I've got to make up another one quickly. We need an earth wire running, and I'll just do a white one. To hell with the colour coding. But what I also want is a little, I think I may have one in here, is I want a little piece of copper that I pre-made from another day, and these are my, I sort of use them as my the bit that grounds the Faraday shield. So, and I think it's got, yeah, it's got blue, a bit of transparent protective plastic on it, which needs to come off. But basically, I take a little strip of copper, and I drill in a whole series of holes, and then cut it up with my tin snips things. So what I get is a series of little pre-drilled thingies, and which I can then add some. I've gone around the wrong side. Oh, nothing. I can add some solder to it, and then when I put it to I solder it to one of the pot tops, and then when I've done that, I can screw the copper bit in against the copper of the Faraday shield kit, or the shielding that's in the cavities, and then that equals a ground, a good solid ground. Oh, come on, out of there! A good solid ground for the Faraday cage. Now, getting this to stay on is quite a tricky thing in a way, because A, we haven't got a very strong grip here. B, the copper plate gets very hot and stays hot for quite a long time, so it's a while before I can let go of it. And C, it's fiddly. So there we have our little grounding plate, with our cable comes out of there, and that will basically go to the top of the pots, or any common ground, and then that will go to the shielding in the cavities, and thus will ground out Faraday shield. Now I'm just going to move things out of the way, because I've got to bring up the behemoth, the thing. Put that there. That's nice quality. I wish I had more of that rubberized 2-core thing. I keep buying stuff which isn't, it's okay, but it's never the kind of quality I like. I'm a sort of rubber and something man. Now, just going to try and move things gently out of the way while I place things. It's one of those things where there really isn't quite enough room for doing this. Okay, so down here I've got some earth wires that I've just got to put a little bit of an end on, and I could ideally do with what's it in this. I bought these yesterday, and this is rubbish. I might have to go and complain about these. They are completely unusable quality. They weren't massively expensive, but they blunt within seconds. So I've gone on to my second one. Normally these will last about a week doing this kind of operation. So looking for something, looking for this. Thank you. Obviously I've got to get close enough to the wire to be able to press down. Well, actually with the new blade I shouldn't have to press down, that's a good thing. But, I mean, I did a lot of trimming the edges of the copper shielding with this. I mean, it could be that, for all I know, trimming copper shielding might blunt steel. But actually, having generously suggested that, and to try and excuse the cheap make of these blades, it's never happened on any other blade that I've done. So I think I'm just making that bit up to excuse the crap quality blades. Anyway. Right, those go to the pot, so they just need a bit of tinning, which is going to happen now. This is definitely the right size tip as well for this application or this kind of soldering. It's the little needle point ones, they don't seem to get enough heat going anywhere to do the job. The big ones are like, I don't know, they're like attacking it with a club, and it just makes a mess. It's like taking a flamethrower to it. Okay, so reversing the order of things. This is quite. Is this complicated? Well, no, it's just a bit fiddly. So we have to get some things that hold some things up. This masking tape, first of all, doesn't hold anything down. It's the worst sticky, non-sticky crap I've ever used. So here we have. What do we have? Okay, we have something that and that all go through. So that's way too long, but it has to travel. Maybe not. It has to travel all the way from over there. We'll let it off. So this one has to go through to the land of the jack plug. I don't know how well you can see all that. I'm trying. Oh lordy, this is where it starts going wrong. I'm trying to push this sucker through here, which it should go through. Thank you. Come on, it's a pair of wires going through something as big as the Channel Tunnel, damn it. There it is. Then also, this has to go through the red one, which is going to go to the live as well. Are you through? Yes, you're through. Very good. Now, we can sort of plonk things here for a moment. Let's just pull those two further through to ensure that they are on the other side of the channel. Now the fun bit here is, whilst not losing those, sort of keeping them sort of in action, we're going to go over to our correspondent on the volume pot and attach this one onto that one, and while we're there we should also be attaching that one, which isn't tinned. Crap knife, where are you? Is that the crap knife? Probably is. I'll find out when I go straight through into my thumb. That's usually what happens. I'm so good at slicing myself with these blades. I know, you should be using a wire cuttery thing, but I don't. Can't stand them. I'd rather have the scars. Although the worst scar of all that I've incurred in doing guitars was when my son asked me. He makes small. He makes what do you call it? I suppose posable action figures. There's a big market in posable action figures, little sort of, I don't know, special forces type thing. Anyway, and there's a lot of adult interest in that, and people collect them and customize them and make dioramas, I suppose you could call them, which are sort of scenes of stuff happening. Anyway, he asked me could I make him a little guitar, and so I, by the way, if you're going to do soldering to a pot, scuff up the surface of the pot first. It really helps the solder to take hold. Now I'm going to put quite a bit of solder on here because I've got quite a few, if I can get this to stay put long enough, I've got a few things all going to the same pot. That's just only going to, that one's a bit on the only just getting there side, but anyway, the others have got loads of room. Yeah, so Elliot asked me to make him a diorama. No, make him a small guitar for his diorama. So it was an 18th scale thing, and so I think I took an outline in Photoshop of a acoustic guitar, and then cut it in. Actually, I used a piece of headstock maple that I had left over, or neck maple that I had left over, and this thing is just so ham-fistedly in the way all the time, and yeah, so yeah, I made him this thing, and I lacquered it and stained it and everything. It was great, but the first part of it I had to obviously cut it out in shape, and so I took it up with me while I was working up in London, and I thought, I know, I'll just keep myself busy whittling this thing on the train, because I think I was in a hurry, I was in a rush, and I was in the shed before I got ready to go off to London to do my corporate work, and I think I'd got as far as cutting it very crudely out of the maple, and so I took it on the train with me, and I got had a 3-hour journey from Plymouth to London, so I was sitting there on the train in my little airline style seat, just me and my bag next to me or whatever, and I'm whittling away, and I've got one of these things like this, only I'm doing it safely because I've got some Gorilla tape around there, so I've got a handle, and I'm whittling away on this tiny little piece of maple, and the train's going like this from side to side, and then yeah, what happened was that the train kind of went like that from my side to side, and then the lights all went off. At exactly that moment, I went straight into the side of my finger, and the lights sort of came back on, and I was sitting in the seat looking around hoping nobody had seen me. I don't know why you get embarrassed that you've done something stupid and you don't want people to see. So I'm sitting in my seat, you know, with my shirt and work clothes on or whatever, and I'm holding my finger like this, and I'm thinking I can feel something's not right. So I get up and I kind of dump everything, headphones shaken off like this, get up, go to the toilet, slam the door, and I take a look, and there's blood squirting everywhere. So I kind of bleeding into the sink. I'm getting loads of tissue paper and putting it around my finger, and I managed to kind of staunch the flow of blood. But then of course I go to press the water, and the typical Great Western Railways, the sink doesn't work, so there's no water, so I leave this kind of gushes of blood in the sink. There's nothing I could do with it. Came back with my finger in this red bandage, and I had to sit there the whole of the way just waiting for it to kind of, I don't know, clot or whatever, and I kind of still don't quite have the right nerves in the end of that finger. Anyway, I finished the guitar and it was perfect, and Elliot loves it, and his little figures, his character called Bob, and it's from a series called Acid Rain World. Anyway, Bob, the character, plays this little guitar, Lucky Devil, and it only nearly cost me my finger. No more, no less. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go looking for a tuner screw, of which there should be a few just kicking around. There usually is. I don't have to go into my box of tricks especially, but here's one. Okay, tuner screw, poking thing, tuner screw, poking thing, tuner screw, poking thing, rubber hammer. So I want to connect my Faraday cage Let's just think where there isn't going to be any obstruction. Could be in there, but it's busy there. Alright, I'm going to do it here. I'm going to hammer myself a little starter hole that's going to allow my screw to go in without too much struggle. I'm going to get my screwdriver here, I'm going to get my little tuner screw there, and I'm going to get my special little copper plated thing with its probably a bit too much spare cable, but what the hell, and you can't really see this, but maybe you should see this, I don't know. It's all very, very crowded over here, so I used to, still do, but I used to enjoy sailing. I haven't gone for a while, and with sailing you have to get used to living in incredibly crowded quarters and love it. You just you can't be one of those people that says, oh, it's too crowded, I can't bear this. If that's you, then it isn't for you. But I really love it, and so being in this shed, despite how big it looks on video, is a bit like living permanently on an ocean-going yacht. You have to, everything has to kind of be velcroed or magneted or hung somewhere cleverly out of the way, and you have to be able to kind of do everything while moving things around and while not having a catastrophe. Okay, so look, I'm just going to point this thing at the hole. No, that's not going anywhere. Reason being is this damn scroll is too big. I need to just work. It's too much trouble to try and drill this, and besides it'd have to be a bigger piece because you can't hold down a tiny little piece of copper like this, not very easily anyway. So I just want you to go through, would you please? As you can see, the limitation on this is you can't move anywhere from this spot. You've got this, you know where you've got to go, and you can't move anything else. There's no room to rearrange. So there's my hole I'm aiming for, and it's turning this thing because the damn thing is too big. Sorry about this, bit of a delay. My original drilling was not good enough. Or this tuner screw is a bit bigger than I had expected. Like I say, we should be able to increase the size a little bit. It might take a while. Hello. How's things? I'm on camera a minute, so.
A very clunky machine that sounded like it made a new gearbox.
It's not our car you're talking about. You're talking about the scanner, X-ray.
Yeah.
And our car. Do you remember when we first got that car? The guy at the place that we trust.
Yeah.
Oh God! Oh. What the hell was that? Oh dear. Oh, not good for an old chap. Right, I'm going to stop this camera a minute because I have to drill this hole or do something to make this bigger. Because right now it is not playing ball, and it's going to get me hot under the collar. Stop. Return. Oh, miraculously back, and it's done. Sorry, it was just getting a bit fiddly. Right, so my common grounding the cage. Now the cage will also ground out or complete a circuit, if you like, or continuity with this, because these little overlaying bits here will make contact with this, which should make the whole thing a continuous thing. So now we've got our basic earthy bits in place done. What I'm going to do, just before I close the patient up, I always like to go around the pick guard edges, a bit where you don't normally you can't get to with a cloth because it's just under the edge of the pick guard, and it tends to build up a line of grime, so it's a nice moment to take care of that as much as possible, whatever's visible. And if we lift this up just now, we can do it just at the back there. It's just a little bit of housekeeping-y thing. And now, oh lordy, nearly tipped over the naphtha, or the cancer water as I now call it. So now the job is to tip this over and to gently, let's just make sure first of all, first of all, that this red one is still through, because I need to kind of bring it through more and more rather than less and less. Let's go around the corner with this one, which is good. Now we find our way to jostling all of this into place, and it's a bit of hit and miss, good luck, bad luck. Hopefully we get it so that all the bits tuck inside the little routing holes. We don't know, but we hope. That's out of the way. It's down there. That's got to tuck inside there. Not catch. It's very difficult, and it's really, often you get a bit of a bit sticking up like we've got there, which is really annoying, just under the volume pot there. I don't see any reason why, because it's not actually any different from how we had it before. It might just be catching on the ledge, but this is so unscientific, it's not funny really. I'm just hoping, see, I can see that's struggling to drop into place there. That's not there. Yeah, we're still caught. So we're still getting caught around this volume thing. There's a cluster of stuff getting in the way. And this gets really annoying now, because there is no real way of knowing, because every time I lift something up to take care of something else, it's all gonna rearrange. So sorry about this, a bit of a boring view for you, but I just have to do it from this angle. And I'm just trying to see what I can shove southwards, I suppose. I don't really think it's going to... Oh, yep. Oh, get in. Oh, you're in. Tiny bit off, but you know what? I think that's close enough, providing it all works, and we won't know that until we've got this thing reconnected. So, just for ease, I would like to, I will, put a couple, 2, 3, 4 of these screws in, just to make sure that everything's in place as good as possible. Okay, so it's a funny old arrangement, this thing.
The cats are on caffeine today, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the wind that's making them go crazy. Thank you.
That sounds like something out of chocolat.
The wind is making them go crazy?
Well, the wind blows things in to the town.
Okay.
And things ride on it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Anyway,
Okay, love. Laters. No, I'm not happy with that.
Just imagine that if you had 3 guitars, you would have probably had as much trouble on each of the individual 3 guitars.
Oh, you mean, yeah, these?
Yeah.
It's only 2 in one, really, but...
Well, no, it's, well, three lots of 6 strings.
2? Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, sorry, you keep saying 2, and I'm going, why? What? But I get you. Yes. There hasn't been any trouble at all. Damn it. Can't get this last bit comfortably in place. I mean, it's just so much wire under there. Am I happy with that? Will it go? Yeah, it's hard going. Let's try this again. See how it fits. Let's just remove the copper for a second so I can make sure the hole is as aligned as I can get it. Okay, sorry, bad view again. Some odd various types of pickguard screws at work here, so I might need to add 1 or 2 from my supply. Actually, that's okay. That's as good as it's going to be, I'm afraid. So I will button all of this down now. I'll take as many as I can get that look the same, and I will leave out the odd looking ones and replace them with something else if necessary. That's an odd looking one. That's an odd looking one. So is that really? That's a good looking one. Yeah, weird. I don't know where they came from. Okay. So as I'm pinning this down, I'm just checking that the jack plug wires are sticking through in the right place. It'll be a right pain to push all this down. That's different. How weird. Yeah, it'd be a pain to tack it all down and then find out the red one's snuck back through. So you can see when you've got so much wiring going on, it's inherently unstable because there's such a clear risk of something getting pulled and undoing, breaking a solder contact or something. You know, you can really understand the Gibson logic of making a little printed circuit board and some plug-in pickups. I mean, it just makes complete sense to do it that way, and people get a bit upset about it because it means they have to buy the right sort of connectors if they want to make any changes themselves. But actually, from where I stand, it's completely logical. Okay, that's, you know, realistically that is a little bit raised, a tiny bit. There's a little bit of raise there, but honestly, I don't see any way around that. It's not going to interfere with anything. Everything's going to work well. So the important bit now is to get this bit reconnected, obviously, to reconnect the jack plug. And to do that, I'm going to use my very rubbishly, not very grippy jaws of death. And they have to be a little bit closer now to do this. And it shouldn't be too difficult. So we've got 2 connectors here, obviously, one for the live. This is also, by the way, this is a really dodgy thing. I'm going to get another pair of pliers, just make sure that isn't going to drop off the bench. Get another pair of pliers, and I have to say, if this is your guitar, and sometimes I do and sometimes I don't, and it's a bit of a funny one for me because it can make it more difficult than you want. You don't know what I'm talking about. Right, what I do, on the basis that a moving jack plug socket is the #1 reason why you're going to get a failure at that part of the guitar and ruin your pleasure of playing it, obviously, because it won't play. So the #1 reason is going to be a moving socket. What I do is this. I tend to put some blue Loctite on it, and then I will put the nut back on, which is, we've got somebody helicoptering outside, which is incredibly difficult even on a good day because it just doesn't sit square to get that first bite, and you won't get it done with a bloody pair of pliers either, because that's like working in virtual reality, and not very good virtual reality at that. Holy crap. Sorry, I'm going to run the risk of the parental advisory going off. No, I can't do it with a pair of pliers. I'm just going to go and stand at the door while I fiddle with this and look out for the helicopter, see what it's doing. I don't know what it's doing, but it's nearby over the fields or over the road. Anyway, I managed to get that on while I was just calmly looking for helicopters. So with a bit of this blue goo, I'm now going to really tighten on, and this is pretty prehistoric method, but I'm going to tighten up with a pair of pliers, and I'm going to wipe off the excess blue, but I don't really mind too much because it's a little trademark. So a bit of blue Loctite, and actually what I do want is that, I want to reposition that slightly. I don't have a socket that will fit in there adequately. I think we're going to get this helicopter come overhead any second now. So I'm just lining this up the way I want it, and then I'm going to put the last bit of tightening on. And the blue Loctite will, when it sets, will hold that nicely in place, so it'll set while I'm doing all the rest of the stuff. If you think about the forces at play on a jack plug, they are pretty immense. Okay, you've got this thing that sticks in and goes like that, and that's a hell of a lot of, excuse me, come with me. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Let's go around the front of the house.
That's crazy.
Must be visible from out here. Yeah, there it is, hovering over the fields. Oh well, that was exciting. Don't know what they're looking for or looking at. Oh no, he's pointing at me. I think he's going to shoot at me. We don't know whether that's a police thing or whether it's a highways thing or... Yeah. Interesting anyway. We don't see many of those hovering around here. It's after one spot. I don't know. Could be somebody just doing some training. Right. Ooh, that was exciting. I know. Well, well, well. Doesn't he mind? Well, there we go. So what I was saying was, I'm glad the battery works long enough to do that. 1 second. Take the plug and move back in. Yeah, so the amount of force that gets pushed into this joint here, it almost always comes loose. And as soon as it comes loose, this starts moving, and as soon as that moves, these solder joints are under stress, and as soon as they're under stress, they'll give, and that's why so many guitars have a knackered... Oh, hello Morris. It's a bit of a not the best time. So many guitars will have at some point have a broken jack plug socket. So a little bit of this blue goo, you can see it just in the... Morris, it's in a stereo plane. Look, you've got to see this is now coming over the 12. I just got Morris there. It's over our fields now. Very nice. Was it doing surveys or something? You get a feeling it's one of these moments where you just happen to be filming in your shed doing your guitar work, and then you capture a trainee pilot making a mistake in gusty weather. Let's hope not, anyway. I'm not sure what he's looking at. He must be sort of looking at the boundaries of fields or something, because there's nothing there. I mean, there's a road. He's kind of currently over a main road now that goes up that way, but unless he's following a particular vehicle, I can't see what's happened up there. funny, Morris is not that bothered. He's just walked off into the bushes there. So he's looks like he's sort of tracking down the line of the road. That's the Launceston Road there. It goes from Tavistock to Launceston. So who knows? Maybe there's a hold up, or it's a pretty quiet, relatively quiet road by, certainly by city standards. It's a country road. What's he doing now? I'll try and edit this out in a minute. I think I was just watching it out of idle curiosity. I've been lucky or unlucky enough to have done some helicopter flying, not as a pilot but as a passenger, and doing some filming. And it's I don't know. Oh, I also flew in helicopters way back in the 80s when I was in the oil industry, North Sea oil, but I don't know quite. I still can't work out whether I like them or despise them, terrified of them. I don't know why the idea of those kind of blades spinning around at thousands of RPM trying to pull themselves out of their sockets and go in opposite directions. Something about that just I don't know, doesn't feel quite right to me. And I've done gliding as well, and that feels actually much more quote unquote natural. It's a bit romantic, I expect, but it really does. You know, the fact that you're in a very strong fixed wing thing that's interacting with the air and just using the air. I quite like that by comparison. So no, I do feel that the mechanics of the helicopter are, I don't believe in God, but they are not what a God would have intended us to do, if you get my drift. You might say if he'd intended us to fly, he wouldn't have suggested doing it by whirling some pieces of metal around to cut the air up. Not quite that way. Okay, so with this thing here, this jack plug socket, what I want to do is, before I try and attach anything to it, I think I want to load the lugs a little bit with solder. But the danger of these things, and it's the same when you get to work on pots, is that the way they're oriented always means that the solder is likely to run down the lug with gravity and into the base of the pot, in which case it almost always screws up the function of the pot completely, because it causes internal short circuits and whatnot. So my learning has been, if you're going to do it, try wherever possible to orient. It's one of those words I'm not quite sure what it's supposed to be pronounced like. Try and orientate it so that the lug face is horizontal to the ground, so that damn helicopter is going to distract me. So the lug face is horizontal, perpendicular, level to the ground, so that when you heat it up a bit and you get some solder on it, you hopefully can sort of get a blob sitting there and it won't run sideways down around the lug itself. And then I'll turn it around a bit and attempt to do the same here. So that'll preload the lugs, hopefully making it, if you're lucky, and it isn't always the case, but if you're very lucky, it will mean that you can get your contacts, your wires through in one shot, and there's enough material on there so that you don't have to then lodge them there and try and add solder. It means you can hopefully just push through, wait, and you're done. One of the things that I'm fairly bad at in soldering, one of the many things, is making things too hot, because it's very hard to get to work on a pot with just kind of hardly touching it at all, and you have to practice, or you have to try to get good at that, because basically if your pot gets too hot, it will also knacker it as well. And I've done that a number of times. In fact, I did that on my Oakcaster number 6, and I had to replace the pot. I couldn't tell you what I did to it, but it wasn't working correctly. And it wasn't even an intermittent fault due to wiring. You could wiggle and waggle, and it would show you where it was going wrong. So, so we have the ground here, which goes around the circular centre bit. That's always the ground, and then the tip, which is connected to here, which presses against the tip, doubles across to there. So the ground is there and the tip is there. Now this is going to be the challenging bit, because we've got to get 2 wires into one hole, and I've got to find a way of getting access to do it, so I'm not going to fall over. And I want to always come from the outside with my wires. I don't want to come from the inside of the circle, if you like, because that will get in the way of things. Oh god, somebody's dinging things on my phone. So I've got my 2 things I've got to go through the one hole here, and I'm thinking to myself, well look, I'm coming in from the outside, I've got 2 of them together. I could try now just tipping the solder. Let's see if we can just tip the solder enough to solder them together for a split second, and they become one. That will make it hotter and easier. Okay, we've got 1 contact to go through, so as soon as we get a chance, we have an option to go through there. And now what I'm trying to do is trying to find a way of positioning this in a way that I can comfortably reach it with the soldering iron and with holding the wires as well. So you may find that you have to do a complete sort of rearrange to get the best angle of approach on these things, because obviously you're limited by the length of the wire you've got. If you want to make a longer wire, you can, but you obviously end up with you've got loads of wire, then you have to re-tuck in or fold up into the electric cavity, or the jack plug socket pocket. Right, so here we are. I have a possible coming from the back with my left hand, and then a possible just softening the solder with my right hand, and together they should all wonderfully combine to equal a dead quick push through, and only one of them's gone through. Can you believe it? Yep, I can believe it. So that's where it is not as easy as it looks. So now they're 2 again, but now they've got thicker, and I don't know whether that's going to go through comfortably. What I could try and do at this point is double them round and chop them off and lose the coagulated lump of solder there. Gone. And we left a very small stub with our pair of wires. And if we can just turn the whole thing slightly, get a better aspect. Now before I try that again, I'm just going to reload the lug, because it's lost a bit of its solder at that point. Trying to clean off my iron tip. I want that to be as much as possible without dripping on the floor, type of thing, because I want to, my aim is that it will go through first time and stay. So hopefully I'm holding my 2 bits, soften the solder, get through and re-solder, hold, set. Lovely jubbly. And I'm happy with that, and just to make it even tidier, we can again take off this extra hanging over bit, and then all we have to worry about now is the getting a little bend on the earth wire. Now this might be a little bit difficult because it's going to have, it's bare wire, so if I do this by hand I'm going to get very hot very quickly. So what I want to do is get this comfortably through as far as is comfortable, and it's getting a bit clagged up. Let's just hold it in place there for a minute and just see how that feels, because that could be good enough. When you're doing the solder like that, or a joint like that, you want to try and get them to fit in a comfortably, I don't know what the word is, snug, tight fashion. You don't want bags of one wire dangling around to run the risk of folding over and touching another one. That's okay. It's not perfect, but it's okay. And I'll just take that away. So we have quite a lot of this black wire to just fold into there, and then we can press down our thingy and do our thingy with our thingy. While I'm there, I'm just going to use, now I can use two slightly different, I do have two slightly different screws, and they're slightly longer, and I don't know where they came from, and I might just use them for fun since they're longer. And let's see how they feel going into here. No, that's not right then, is it? I have to go back to the stumpy fat ones if I can help it. So they weren't clearly the ones that went there. Maybe they do something else. What else would they do? Can't tell. Obviously not from this guitar. It might have been on the back plate, but unlikely. Okay. And there we go. Nicely attached. Right. So all things being sorted. Now, a bit to do now before we do anything else is to test it, obviously, because having done all of that hard work, the last thing I'm going to do is go and put 36,000 strings on this beast at a huge expense, and then discover none of it actually works, and you're going to have to take it all off again. See, I've got a screw up in there. Not good. Not good. So something in there has come unhinged in all of this, and it's going to require me to go and investigate. So this is the annoying part of it. I'm going to start and go backwards on here, and I know it sounds silly, but it is possible, not entirely impossible, to have just got this completely back to front. Okay, and I've done it back to front. There you go. Didn't any of you notice that? Duh. I'm too busy talking about the constraints of the bleeding process, and I've actually wired it back to front. Not impossible, and look, I've just gone and done it. What a plonker. After all of that planning and hard work, he's done it back to front. What a spanner, as they say in schools. Go! Right, well that would be a simple solution. At least there's nothing worse than that. So there you go. That's how easily you can stuff it up. And I'm living proof, as always. Load that nicely so we've got a good solder joint. It's the simplest one to get wrong. Funnily enough, I've done it more than once. You kind of talk your way through it and you still get it wrong. What a spanner. Anyway, there we go. So simple to rectify in this case, but I've been surprised how many times I've managed to do that. Even when you scope it all out with your eyeball and you think you've got it right, and then you just literally go and do that, which is back to front. So I don't have a lot of, there's not a lot of, what's the word, resistance here. I'm having to sort of jam this into the hole to try and make sure that I can push in with this. Okay, and I'm going to probably, while it's there, just add some extra solder on there for good measure while it's kind of located happily in place, and load it nicely, and then we can cut off any excess if we need, but actually I don't think we do. Okie dokie, and back again to the beginning where we should have been. Sorry about that. Now I could have cut at that point and gone, there we are, it's all perfect. What a hero I am. But I think it's really important to be honest, and also, you know, if there's something to learn, like how easy it is to make that mistake, it's so much better to just show it and say that's how easy it is, instead of pretending to be right or perfect. So, you know, the only reason I would edit that out is because I would be ashamed of having made a mistake. So what? I made a mistake that's easy to make, and I do it all the time. But it's easy to rectify as well. There we go. Everything working lovely, jubbly. There you go. So, happy days are definitely here again. And we can get ready to continue, he said in his Murray Walker style. Right, I'm going to unplug the soldering iron right now because we don't need that baby anymore. And soon that can come out of the mix. So, wow, we are now poised to move forward. Well, we've been moving forward all the time, but we're poised to move even further forward on this lovely 12-6 18 string guitar, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to make a tiny adjustment here to this one. Not with this head, I'm not. I'm just going to tap this one down a fraction in line with all the others. There we go. Right, okay, so the fun part is I'm now going to it's got loads of little signs of wear that I didn't see the first time round, but this has definitely been played, but it's also definitely been looked after well, which is a great sign. So I'm going to now get ready to I'm going to restring with these if I can. I'm hoping they'll have survived the trauma of what we just put them through. I'm going to restring those, and then I'm going to go through and put through all of the strings. So I'm not going to save you from watching that and come back when that's done. Oh, it takes a lot of hard work, and I really feel sorry for the roadies of the 70s, but I've got all the strings on finally in the right order, a bit like I'm walking on my sketch. A nice action on the 12th string, and it's still, the strings are still bedding in, but you know what, this is infinitely easier. It's beautiful. I can't wait to play it through an amp. I could probably still go a little bit on the action here, I have to say, on these two. I'm going to revisit these two. I won't, well, maybe I'll just keep running for now because we're nearly there. But yeah, it's infinitely better. I'm just going to check these two because I think the strings might be slightly out of gauge, if you get what I mean. But now it's the E strings, just the E that I need to work on. So it's 46 and 26, so we're going to go 48, no doubt. 48 and 32, I expect, if I can find it quickly. 48 and 32. It's infinitely better than it was. It's really nice, but my God, has it taken time to get there. Where's my 32? 48. What am I talking about? 48. 48 and 26. What have I got nearest to 26? 28, right, that's right, 48 and 28. Okay, so 48's the big one. Let's put that one in. But yeah, it's taken so long, so much hard work. It really is a labour of love. But I have to say, it's a beaut when it's going, and you know, it's worth the hard work to get it to this stage. Just going to give this a little bit of push, side to side push, to get the width a little bit better, so it doesn't stick. I'll need to revisit them, probably revisit them all with a bit of sandpaper anyway, which I usually do, just to make sure there's nothing sticking down the, you know, as the string pulls through. That's very close to that one. It's really this final one that's way high at the moment. So yeah, final one. It's a bit hard to move these around. Oh, I didn't check the height of that. Oh yeah, this is way off. But it could be that this string isn't quite sitting in the slot. It is, so it's not the problem with the slot. It is, I mean, I'm using 2 points above the actual size, so it should go in comfortably, but we'll just double check, make sure of it. Make sure it's cutting the correct depth. It's the final one, but everything else is plain. Usually have a little piece of string somewhere for this purpose, but it's not to hand at the moment. Still way too high. Yeah, everything else is playing beautifully, but it is an absolute labour of love. So I can fully sort of understand the owner of this guitar, possibly being faced with changing the strings themselves and basically looking at it and thinking, I can't do this. It's too much trouble. And certainly, if it's not playing beautifully with a nice low workable action, as we're approaching with this one, then why would you want to? It's not even satisfying enough to go through all of that trouble. But you wait and see. This will be, well, not will be, it is already the most exquisitely easy to play 12 string that I've ever handled now. Still needs stretching a bit more. And there we have it. Oh, final one. Pardon me. Where are we? Oh, that is just gorgeous. That's sharp. I'm going to tune this up now on the plug it into the amp basically, because I want you to hear how delicious this thing sounds. I've got so little room here. I have to do things in stages. I'll find a Strat which is currently set quite high, but I'm going to set it even higher, so we get this thing, like I said before, it'd be like Mark King level 42 back in the 80s playing this now. Ridiculous thing. I think you probably have to sit down and play it or something, or have it like Bill Bailey, is it? Has his guitar sometimes strapped up on a thing that you just walk across, and you don't have it on you, you just walk across and stand next to put your arms around it. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah! Plug in, fire up. We'll go 12 strings and nothing else. Oh Lord, where am I? What's that? I promised I'd do something eagerly. I couldn't work out anything yesy actually from the I didn't listen long enough actually, but yes, I'm trying to think of something from the prog rock era to do. I could do Queen's 39, Brian May. Of that. What else was there? A Genesis one from, oh god, I can't even remember what album it was from, but am I playing Phaser? That's not good. You have your own special way, but I can't remember how it goes after that. And what else? There's all kinds of birdsy tambourine. That one. That's that one. What else is there in the 12-string world? Those little marks. But you know what? It's really easy to play though. I'm going to stand you. If you know another 12-string in the universe that has a playing action of 1.5 millimeters at the final fret, you come and tell me about it, because you won't find one. And of course there is. You know. Can't do the lead bit on that. So you have your little looper pedal, and you go, and then you kind of loop that or something, and you get down to here and you quickly go. That's hitting the pickups down here, it's a bit low, so need to tweak the action again on that, but that's all out of tune as well. Or whatever. I'll never get the hang of this prog rock shit. Anyway, have both of them on, I suppose, and kind of cut the signal a bit, but well, look at that. What a great guitar. What a fantastic piece of prog rock toolkittery. Anyway, just got a headache before I started doing that. Anyway, so there we go. The AcePro 12 string, 6 string affair. A bit more tweaking to do on the action down here. But I've got the nut slots the way I like them. I'm tempted to just keep on playing this all day. I've broken a string already tuning it, and I will need to play it until it gets into tune. You have to either get yourself a tuner, which I haven't got in the shed at the moment, or just do it very carefully by ear, relative tuning. Know where you are. for George. Anyway, there we go. I hope you enjoyed watching me struggle with this beast for about 3 days solid. What did we do? What didn't we do? Well, oh, go away a minute. I am doing stuff. So, what didn't we do? What did we do? Changed out all the strings because we were all the wrong gauge. They've been put on in the shop just to look good. Shimmed this 12-string neck. Changed the action on this. Redid all the nut slots on both of them. Filed down the nut to the right sort of level. Took the back off. Shielded all the cavities. Shielded the cavities. And yeah, and that was it. Well, that wasn't it. Getting all 18 strings on and tuned and hard going, I tell you. But you know what? It's paid off because I've never played an easier 12-string. Beautiful. A bit more work on the action of this one needed, but I'm going to stop filming here because I'm going to call this a resounding success, and I hope whoever ends up buying this off me, hope you appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this baby. And to be honest, I would have to say, obviously you won't have to go through the same misery again, providing you just take the strings off, change them with a similar gauge, back out, and you'll be away and it will stay the same. But if you were buying this thing new from a dealer, well, you can't buy it new anymore, they don't sell them, but if you were going to buy a guitar like this, that amount, okay, that's why that's raised up, because it's standing a little bit higher out of the pickguard's a little bit higher than it was before, courtesy of the wiring that's all in there. Yeah, if you were buying this a guitar, a 12-string or a combo like this from new, the amount of work that's gone into getting this to play really well is quite daunting. You know, it's kind of increased by all the sheer number of strings that are. I could do with another. Actually, could do with another screw there. I might put one in. It's increased daunting amount by all the strings, but this is I have to tell you, this, you'd have to play this thing to believe the quality of this 12-string action now. It is absolutely amazing. I mean, you can play with hardly any squeeze. I'm not a 12-string player. You would expect me to be struggling to play a 12-string at this point. I know I am, but I don't mean I'm an expert at it. But what I mean is, you can see that apart from playing an F down here, and that's actually only constrained because I can't actually get my wrist in between these two things in the way I'd normally, because I had a motorcycle accident 20 years ago or something, and both my wrists were completely mangled, and so I have a little bit of difficulty getting some corners and angles and bending and stuff. So when you see me struggle to get an F there in something like My Sweet Lord, no, not My Sweet Lord, you know, my old guitar, into that one. As soon as I put that on there, I don't know if you can see, but I'm banging my wrist against the 6-string, and so that is, it's not because it's actually that hard to play, and you can play an F without the bar part very easily. Oh, we're getting into Genesis territory. Oh hell, what am I playing? No! Something like that. Anyway, but I'm not struggling at all with this. Even actually here, G's and A's and G's, really easy. It's just when I hit the obstruction down there, but it's probably more to do with my lack of mobility on my wrists than anything else. I finally got to test the, you had to just double check the intonation on this one, so I'll do a little bit more setup work, but generally speaking we are there. Somebody's going to love this thing, and I've got loads of people saying to me, just keep it. A bit more work to do down here to make this a neck I want to go to. It's got a nice tone to it, I mean a really stratty tone. In the in-between positions particularly. Bigger strap and just get the positioning right and everything. But once you're there and you've got a footstool you can put your feet up on, you're away. Probably, I mean, you know, putting it through a bit of an extreme amp model or something. No, that wasn't right. Well, on there. Hang on a minute. Oh, because the gain's right off, isn't it? So I just want you to hear this if you're interested in this guitar. It's pretty credible. I like the tones. But yeah, really nice tones on this 6-string. When I had this apart yesterday, I did think about putting on some, using up, no that's not the one, some iron gear pickups, but actually I'm convinced, you know, and Hugh, if you're watching this, which I'm no doubt you will, being an AcePro fan, you'll know, Hugh will agree with me on the quality of the pickups are quite remarkably good, and that's what, along with the build quality, the pickups is what I think has stood out for both of us in terms of AcePro. But this is an excellent guitar, and they tend to be really smartly thought out, and the only criticism of this guitar is this strangely thin flimsy piece here that's cracked, which is, as I said before, is just cosmetic and there's no point. It doesn't do anything structurally. You might as well have just machined it round there and had it done like the step on this side, and it would have looked much better and it would never have cracked. But it cracked because somebody put the neck on, or in the factory they put the neck on clumsily. It may have been the person who did the fret levelling on this and may well have taken both necks off and done that. But generally speaking, it's been very well looked after, and I was able to polish up the frets to a playing quality without even doing any more to them. If I'd have wanted to go the extra million miles, I would have probably re-crowned them and possibly even, you know, done another fret levelling. But actually I got the action I wanted out of them, so there wasn't any point. I'm a strong believer in don't take any more fret metal away than you actually have to. Great tone, really nice tone. So I will spend some more time getting this this neck playing a little bit better, and you never know, I might actually take this to band practices a couple of times, but then you start making yourself find songs to do with 12 strings. I think we got, what did we identify? There was was it Bad Company, Feel Like Making Love, that's one of them. There were, you know, anyway, I had a look through and there's some pretty famous ones, but there are quite a lot of them are 60 jangly things. There was I think there was a, I forgot the name of it now, Ugly Kid Joe one as well, or something like that, but... What? Oh no! Oh, what? Amazing. This is a bonus. Just listen to this. That's incredible. Can you imagine why somebody back in the 60s and you know, just had a big toke of a spliff and you plugged in your 12-string guitar and that happens? Wow! Does it work the other way around? It's resonating it's resonating all around a D. So that D chord is fantastic, isn't it? dark night with a drink and a fireplace. Bonus, I suppose, you get. You could really have a bit of atmospheric fun with that. I guess people have known that these guitars do that for years and years on end, but I haven't, and that came as a nice pleasant surprise, so as you could tell. Alright, I'll talk to you again. I'm going to take a break and go and catch a bit of sunshine and answer some emails and stuff. See you soon.